Good morning, and thank you for joining us again here in the beautiful Rotunda. I hope you enjoyed yesterday, that you connected and reconnected with colleagues and friends last night, and that you're ready to dive back in for another round of intense discussions and debate. After this third plenary session, we will have a series of parallel sessions today, examining everything from SUMPs to UVARs, from safety to urban logistics, and everything in between. Our young rapporteurs will continue to participate in all the sessions and will be reporting back on their experience tomorrow during the closing plenary session. So look out for Isabel, Hannes, Jennifer, and Katerina. They will be our young rapporteurs. This plenary session then discusses pathways from research and innovation to the large scale-up and take-up and deployment of innovative, climate-neutral and energy-efficient urban mobility measures and solutions. The panel will look at how various EU funding instruments, programs and initiatives could be blended with private funding to help achieve ambitious political priorities, such as those set out in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, the Urban Mobility Framework, the Fit for 55 Strategy, and the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. Besides focusing on opportunities provided by EU programs, the session will also explore collaboration and synergies resulting from other public and private programs. This session will be moderated by my good friend and precious Polis member, Françoise Gaspard from the Île-de-France Europe office. She's a senior policy advisor for Île-de-France. And the panelists for today are Dirk Beckers, Director for the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Department of the Executive Agency, Hanna Gronkiewicz-Walz, Chair of the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission Board, Herald Ruiters, Director of Investment, Innovative and Sustainable Transport at DG Move, Werner Schmidt, Director for Urban and Territorial Development at the European Investment Bank, and I hope he will still arrive, Laurent Silberberg, Director of European Association of Long-Term Investors. Over to you, Françoise.
Thank you, Karen. Indeed, I'm very, very pleased to moderate this session this morning. Important session on funding and financing opportunities and how these opportunities can deliver climate neutral and energy efficient mobility solutions. And how can stakeholder, you, can benefit from them? I will start with a stupid question. Why we need money? We have budget. Why we need money, more money? And perhaps I will take the example of a new urban mobility framework. As well described in this framework, transport authorities, local and regional level, have to make a significant effort to make transport cleaner, digital, more resilient, more modern. It requires an important effort if we want to reach this climate neutrality, the twin transition. And I will not, I think, come back on the challenges that we have to face. You know that very well. You are all experts, and we have discussed about this challenge yesterday. But perhaps just to stress, underline that this challenge remain, but there are more and more important consequences on our society, on our economy, on our environment every day. And now today we have to face more constraints. So what are the solutions? Financial, not financial? And we will explore this now with my four distinguished panelists. And I will start immediately with Anna. And Anna.
Thank you very much.
Before to take the floor, I will ask a Slido question, but before I would like just to remind to the audience, I will explore the solution with my 5 distinguished panelists. Please, Laurent. So, Anna, you are the former mayor of Warsaw, and you are the current chair of the city's mission. So I would like to ask you, based on your experience as mayor and based on your experience as chair of this city's mission, what are the expectations and needs of the city related to this question of funding and financing? But before to give you the floor, I would like to ask the same question to the audience, to the public, and I would like just to inform that you have time to reply because I will present the answer after the first round of the discussion. So Anna, please.
Thank you very much. I should say, and I should confess, that for us, the most difficult thing was funding and financing. I mean, for the mission board, which was working on the report, because it's very difficult to count how much money you need. You always need more money. You always expect to get more money. And of course, especially when you have to transform and get the goal of climate neutrality, it's necessary to count. So we decided to request for the independent analysis, which was prepared by Material Economics, in which additional investment is estimated to be of the order of 96 billion euros for 100 European cities to become climate neutral by 2030, and each having an average population of 100,000 citizens. 96 billion is a lot of money, and how to get this money for this change. I think that the European Commission should be very much dedicated to this, because if we get to this goal in 2030, it will be reached by 100 cities. It means that Green Deal is feasible. So we thought that the main source will be the private funds, different kind of private funds, like commercial banks, private equity, institutional holdings. But now, after the pandemic, the situation is not so easy anywhere. So we have to think how to increase the funds. The funds, also national, regional, and local funds. Sometimes, in the case of national funds, there are contradictions between the central government and local government. I had to live with this, and my successor has to live with this contradiction. Who will be, what kind of investment will be the priority, especially now after the crisis with energy. So I think that however, we hope that our mission will be successful, because for application, we got 377 applications from different cities, and we chose, of course, Commission chose 100 cities. So I think that the cities will be accompanied and advised by the Net Zero Cities program, and also advised by a mission platform, which is composed of different experts. And I think then we will think how to get the money. In my case, I give you an example with the Warsaw Metro. So 60% of funds came from the EU, and 40% from EBRD, EIB, and our local budget. So this is the money, the kind of blending. So this is the introduction for funding and financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Herald, Dirk, you heard Anna. She just said that the board has conducted a report, and in this report, 96 billion is required to tackle these challenges, and transport is the most challenging issues for cities, not only as in terms of mobility action plan, but also investment strategy. So how the DG Move and CINEA is responding to the challenges? Herald, please.
Thank you very much, Françoise. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And Françoise, I think in your introductory word, you already pointed where we need to look first. I mean, we really need first to have a very good and well-described idea of what we want to do. And I think with the Commission proposal of last year on the urban mobility framework, combined with the TEN-T, and that building up of course, as I explained yesterday, Green Deal, smart and sustainable mobility strategy, and then the Fit for 55 and the winter packages, we have come to a maturity which will allow the funding also to flow. And it should not be the other way around. I mean, when we know very well what we want to achieve, I think we have a solid basis. Because when you talk also with the private sector, but of course we have here the expertise here, you need a real stable and solid project pipeline of well-defined projects. that fit within a policy framework. And so I'm relatively reassured about the steps that we were able to take over the past years in view of the different crises that came, and that we are, as I said yesterday, quite ahead of the curve in order to define that together. Now, of course, Anna, the volume is enormous. 96 billion is not a small amount, and you could be, let's say, kind of overwhelmed by that. But then you need to look at the response that the Commission has made available. And it's not only that we need to look at the Connecting Europe facility, which Dirk and myself are jointly responsible for politically, and Dirk, of course, for all the management of it. But it is broader than that. We have also Cohesion Fund and the ERDF. We also have the RRF, which is very important under the current multi-annual financial framework. And these three sources together provide quite a lot of funding and funding possibilities. And they also provide, together with InvestEU, which is another source, also the blending possibilities. Because in many cases, now also with the Ukraine, we heard yesterday also quite a passionate request of support from Ukraine. We will need, in certain cases, this blending first. Because certain of the things that we want to do, even as ambitious as we are to get 100% climate neutral by 2030, some of it is not market ready yet. So we need sometimes to blend in, and that's what we do with the EIB, with the AFI, for instance, with the CDC, and thereby we prepare for the market. And these different sources together provide, I think, a portfolio of funding and financing to cities to get into. And what is needed, I think, Françoise, also I look now at the community here of Civitas, and then we have Polis and all the others, is that we are also quite, I would say, pedagogical to the cities of what they can use and where they can go for the different things. So with the, let's say, quite difficult for market rail projects like interconnections, and we were discussing yesterday urban nodes and so on, to perhaps the market-ready electric charging for cars. And in between you have all the different intermediate steps that we are doing together. For instance, hydrogen buses may not be market-ready yet, so we do that together with EIB and with the CDC. And here you find your portfolio of projects. So to resume, if you know where you have to go, like Hannah described, and you have a good policy framework, then I think we have quite a lot of funding and financing behind it. The difficulty is then to get the projects. So that's why we are together here. We need to get the projects up and running.
Thank you, Herald. And in addition, I would like just perhaps to just stress what I said yesterday. We hope, many of us hope that the new TEN-T regulation will lead more support for a project on urban mobility. Dirk, same question for you. How the CINEA is responding to this funding needs and expectation from cities?
Okay, thank you, Françoise, and good morning to all of you from my side as well. Just for those who don't know CINEA, we are indeed in charge, or we have an important role to play in the management of the projects on different programs. Harold mentioned the CEF program, but we have as well, for instance, the Horizon 2020 or the Success Horizon Europe that we're managing, and then the LIFE program, which is then more on the environmental aspects of it. But all of this, I mean, this was allocated to us by the Commission just to make sure that the targets or the objectives of the Green Deal would be realized. And of course as well with an important impact on the sustainable mobility strategy as well. So this is something we're taking care of. And so what we're doing, and I think both Hannah and Harold were mentioning about the budget and the limited budget. One of our roles is to make sure that we, of course, together with the Commission, we make the selection of the best possible projects, but we're there as well to help the people. And so we start with the call for proposal, the evaluation, the whole implementation. We're there to help the beneficiaries, and I think it's important to make sure that we have the most efficient use of the appropriations that we allocate. And just to give you an idea of what we're doing, I would say on an annual basis, this year already we have been evaluating more than 3,000 proposals, and which have led to to the allocation of, or to the decision on 800 projects that we're financing extra. So there's quite an activity ongoing. And our portfolio at the moment is more than 3,000 projects as well for 36 billion of support, so it's quite an important amount. But as I mentioned, we are there, and that's what I want all of you to know as well, to really there to support you, and not only to decide on allocating budget to your project, but as well to help you in communicating about it, in dissemination the results. And I think all of this is very important, so that the people as well in the street would know where the money is going and what the results are. And in this respect as well, I would like to say that one element where we're particularly looking at, and I would say that's particularly important because of the lack of funds, is that we look at the synergies between programs. Because I would say if I go back 10, 15 years, I know that sometimes projects were financed under, I would say, on the CEF program, but as well on research or on other programs. And that's what the Commission and we as well from our side try to structure better, to make sure that people go to the program that's best suited for them, and that helps as well in using in the best optimal way the budget. And so that's one element. But the other thing which is important as well is that we try to help to make sure that projects that have been developed on the research program, that they get implemented, because there's too often research projects are being developed and then we say, okay, we can tick the box, the project is finished, but then what? And what we try to do together with DG Move as well is to make the link between the research program and then the implementation on the CEF. So we are easing life together with, of course, or mainly with the Commission, we're easing life that people can easier go into the CEF program, but as well from the side of research, we made sure that people can easier get access there. But as I said, the main thing for me is that we make sure that scarce resources, not scary resources, but that the scarce resources are used in the most optimal way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Thank you for this presentation of the concrete role of CINEA, and I will back to you in the second round of the discussion for a presentation of good project managed by the agency. And now I'm very happy to welcome a representative of financial institution, the EIB and Caisse des Dépôts. Same question to you, Werner Laurent. How today do you responding to the funding needs and expectation of the city? I will start with you, Werner.
With pleasure. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the invitation. Now, the European Investment Bank is obviously a very large player in this, with about 60 to 70 billion financing every year. Transport as such, 18 billion annual investment, and the urban mobility sector, some 3 billion. And one thing I would like to, where does the money come from? In fact, it doesn't come only from the EIB, clearly, because the money, and from the Commission, because the public money is not enough and will not be enough to finance the needs which Hannah has outlined. So in this respect, actually, we are very closely cooperating with our colleagues at the European Commission on the lending side, but also, as Harold and Dirk have mentioned, on the blending side. We are very active on the InvestEU, on CEF, blending facilities, etc., etc. Now, one point to be mentioned is that recently, with the context of the energy lending policy, but also in the context of our climate bank roadmap, the bank as such has made very bold measures to become the EU climate bank. In fact, 50% of our financing should be climate action and environmental sustainability by 2025. And I'm pleased to report to everyone that we are on a good way to that, to achieving that, with close to this figure already last year. So the EIB in the lending, blending and advisory strategy is well positioned to do that. I've mentioned the figures, which is on the lending side. One important aspect for us, obviously, is advisory, and well, I'm heading the Urban and Territorial Development Department, but I'm also the proud head of JASPERS. And JASPERS obviously is a very important advisory component and co-financed by DG Move and DG Regio to help cities in that. Final point, if I may, on the city's mission. This is obviously also something which we are very closely following with our colleagues and engaging with our colleagues from the Commission in order to make that a success. We have already projects in the context of the 100 cities which were selected, but at the same time also I'm pleased to report that beyond these cities which are under the climate mission or under the cities mission, there are others which we also supporting in order to decarbonize their urban transport and their transport mobility systems in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Werner. I will come back to you in the second part to elaborate perhaps a little bit more on the role of the EIB today as a bank of the climate. Laurent, your turn.
Yes?
No, Anna, the micro. So how's the Caisse de dépôt is responding to these challenges?
Thank you for the invitation, and sorry for the delay. I think that you have in this round table all you need. I mean that you have the expression of the needs from the ground, what is needed in terms of transport. You have the expression of the political intention or direction with CINEA and DigiCom and Digi Transport, and you have finance. So you could say, well, the world is wonderful. But it's not the case. It's not the case because even with the three of us, we cannot match what is needed. And what are the needs today? The needs are loans, it was said by EIB, but it's also equity, and it's also financing today the needs for the transition, but the needs for tomorrow. That means long terms. And for that, you need to use public money, but public money, it was said, is scarce, so you need to be careful when you use it. And you need to attract private money. But for attracting private money, you need to give them a reward. And it's not so easy. It's not so easy because we are investing in transport, in public utilities, and for that you have external positive externalities. But the positive externalities, what does that mean? That means that when you have public transport, people will use public transport to go to work and increase productivity. But there is no immediate and direct return to those who paid for the public transport for this. So you need to have a kind of a premium for those who invest in that. And this is what Harald said regarding the blending. Some projects are not by themselves giving a return high enough to attract private money. So you need to blend three things. Private money, of course, public money, and this is the role of EIB, but also the role of CDC in France, Caisse des Dépôts, but the role of, I am also, because I am a little bit schizophrenic, chair of the European long-term investors, in which you have in each of European countries a long-term public institution. It could be a bank, it could be a financial institution, whatever. But they are on the ground and they know what is needed. So you need those public institutions, and you need also to have some grants, a kind of money given for this. And this will make the project with a return high enough. Having said that, what are the needs? It was said the needs are immediate. It is a transformation in terms of energy, in terms of transport, and in terms of the whole city. And for that, we need to work with all the actors. And this is where all of us are in the best place.
Thank you, Laurent. I will follow up on your whole intervention in the second part of the discussion, but I would like to present you the answer of the Slido question. I would like to ask my colleague if I can present the answer on the screen. Nobody replied? Hello? Rollout phones.
Normally we have the answers, but we don't have the question. Here we have the question, but not
Okay. Participants are typing now. Bankable project. Better access to the fund, I imagine. Local public transport. Self-funding dedicate to bankable project. Human center mobility. Supportive national policy. Multimodal approach. Business case. Either application. Synergies. Okay. So, supportive national policy. Do you like to react? Do you like to react to this?
I would like to react on the thesis which you said, because I think that it always should be certain profit, but the main award for the people who invest will be to have neutral climate. Will be to get neutral climate that it will be fresh air without pollutions. So I think that they have to think a little bit about their children and the grandchildren. No, it's the life. It shouldn't be divided from the life. I think that the approach should be holistic. So many things were here expressed, but holistic. So I hope that will be synergies and it will be blending. It means the structure, its financing structure should be from different sources. This I agree. But I think that the pensions fund could invest also in long term, because people will be new generation. Usually they like to invest in real estate, but maybe it's better to invest in public transport, in local transport, as here it was mentioned. So I think that the approach should be holistic, and of course we shouldn't get less money than in the previous project. We should get these billions. I don't know if it's possible to reach 96 billions, but at least, for example, in Warsaw, it was invested from the only public funds, 4 billion euros, public and private together, for the last 10 years. So it is feasible and it is possible. This is my answer.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, so now we have, this is the answer to this first Slido question. I would like to, before to start the second round of statement, to ask another Slido question. And I will present the answer after the intervention of Herald. Which are the barriers related to funding and financing that you see to implement climate neutral and energy efficient urban mobility? That is a very important question. I would like to start this second round with Dirk. You have presented previously the role of CINEA. We know that the agency today manages a high number of projects, and you have a valuable knowledge on this urban mobility project. So I would like to ask you to present good example of project and also to explain what CINEA has achieved in terms of funding sustainable urban project.
Okay, thank you, Françoise, for the question. Indeed, I mentioned the number of projects globally, but indeed as well on urban mobility, we've been doing already quite a lot. Over the last 7 years of the previous finance perspective period, we have been managing more than 126 to be exact, urban mobility projects, where more than 1,900 partners were involved, and where more than 1 billion of support was given under the Horizon 2020 program. So I think that's quite a big investment on urban mobility. I would like to mention as well in particular the Civitas initiative, where over the last 20 years since it exists, we have given to more than 300 cities support for them to develop, demonstrating and evaluating innovative solutions, so which could be used then as well by other cities. So quite a lot is being done there. Since we're in Brno, I would like just to mention 2 projects we're there involved in. It's on Civitas, Elan, and To Move 2, which are 2 projects as well that we're financing. And later today we have the launch of the show project as well here in Brno, so there are quite some issues being done there. We have as well started now, since last year, the implementation of the cities mission, so meaning that there as well there are quite some actions, of course, that concern the cities and that would lead to help in getting to climate neutrality, so there's a lot of things being done from our side. And then I would say as a follow-up a bit of what I said in reply to the first question, where I was insisting a lot on synergies and on making sure to get the best out of the money that we are investing in there, is that there are 2 projects I would like to mention which are very helpful in that respect. It's Move 21 and the Scale Up project, where there are 15 cities that get support to really come up with the mobility solutions to become more smart and energy or energy neutral or zero emission approach. And the idea is that they would come with best examples or best practices, which we can then as well use and distribute to other cities. And so really to make sure that the investment there is to a large extent largely used. And as well for the other point I made there, that we can bridge the difference or between the research project, the development there, and the implementation into the CEF program. So this is something that we started doing quite some time ago already, but which we are really intensifying, I would say, as well based on what we said before, that the budgetary means are limited, so it's really important that we select there properly. And then of course from our side, I mentioned before that we're there to help all of you, so we're really looking forward to further improve the support to the cities and of course to the citizens to deliver more on climate neutral, and I would say my colleagues, and then I would say Marcel Romerts and then Octavia and the colleagues there, of course, they're even today to discuss with you in detail if you have any question, but I think that's it from my side, Françoise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Herald, in the first part of the discussion, you presented the EU program can support our urban mobility project, but I think that there is other ways to support our strategies. So, and I think that this approach has been presented in the new urban mobility framework. So what is the proposal of the Commission in this respect?
Well, I explained yesterday that we have made this proposal last year to do a real step forward from where we were with these 424 cities that are in the TEN-T. And I think that will create a certainty also for the investments. I mean, if this legal obligation will be there and you have to roll out, then this is a concrete implementation of the ambition of the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 legislative proposals that we made, because we are then clearly saying that these 424 cities need to, by 25, already have a SUMP, and then afterwards implement the different requirements that we have been discussing yesterday. And that gives, I think, a certainty to those who are investing. And now we need to see very clearly that within the 424, there are quite a few which are in the city's mission. And the city's mission is a kind of, let's say, a test bed, the early adapters, who will go faster than any of the others in order to get to climate neutrality. And there are certain areas that will be quite difficult to achieve. We saw that yesterday in the discussion as well. Not everything will be done until 25, 30, perhaps certain things only until 35 or 40, despite the ambition of being climate neutral by 2030. And for those most difficult part where the market is, let's say, quite far out, we need to put the funding, which is scarce, as Dirk says, which we need to target really well. So we target our cohesion, ERDF, CEF money where it is most critical to get. And then we are composing together with EIB, CDC, and all the other LT partners that Laurent was referring to, those where we are thinking that the market is emerging. So if I spoke about the hydrogen buses, for instance with the RATP in Ile-de-France, we have a program through AFIF, where together with EIB and CDC, we are quite successful in giving this little, let's say, grant component, this little subvention, that is needed in order to get there. But we hope that if there are early adapters among the 100 cities, that afterwards the others can really go to market. And then, of course, we will phase out or grant component or AFIF, or we go to lower percentages, or we phase them into areas where we think it is even more difficult, like, for instance, with hydrogen and electric trucks and the logistics, which may be more difficult than the buses side. And so we will have new programs with the EIB and with the CDC to get also to those very difficult to decarbonize parts. But the more easy parts can then be for pension funds indeed, or can be for commercial banks, tout court, because there will be enough, let's say, volume in terms of production of those buses. The price come to market values in comparison to diesel 6 or 7 in the future, and we can step out. And this is where the Commission is also, together with the EIB Climate Bank, active with our taxonomy and the green bonds. So we hope that the transport sector can be, let's say, so proactive that in fact our backlog, as I said yesterday, can become an advantage. And that green bonds can then be used, for instance, we have thousands of buses that need to be turned around in all the cities, can be done more easily because they are 100% taxonomy proved. So I think there's a clear philosophy how we want to get there. The difficulty lies in this ambition to do it short term, to do it until 2030 for the 100. So I think if cities target very well, then they can achieve quite a lot. And here is also, to conclude, what Werner and also Dirk said, this technical assistance is very much needed. So cities, I saw that also in the reactions, cities feel that this is difficult, that they don't have the capacity, that it is bureaucratic. But when I talk to the cities who have done these programs with us, Dirk, very often they are very satisfied. They don't think that it is overly bureaucratic. In fact, they are super happy with AFIF and with the CEF once you are in it. But this let's say this seuil, how you say this step that you have to take to get there, and therefore we have technical assistance with Jaspers, we have technical assistance with Cohesion, and we have the teams of Dirk and ourselves, and we should slice it. A city, let's take Warsaw, can very well come to us and say, this is our sump. Let's take it as such. This is our sump. This is what we need to do. And we, together with the teams, can say, okay, for this you go here. For this you go here. And for this we go to market. And I think that is, we are very close to that, Françoise, to have that maturity and to do that for the 100 or the 424. At least that's what I would like to get. And I believe that we can do that once we have the legislation next year.
Thank you, Gerald. If I may, I would like just to come back on perhaps one point you mentioned about the difficulty of the stakeholder to understand the program, and also the problem of the synergy, because you mentioned this question of synergy of the program, both of you. And sometimes for a stakeholder, it's not so easy because the program, they don't have the same rules. So it's a nightmare for us because we don't understand how it's possible to reply to both programs. They don't have the same rules. If I compare cohesion policy and, I don't know, CEF, for example, or cohesion policy and Horizon Europe.
My easy answer, put everything in CEF. Thank you. No, I know it is not easy. So, for instance, in the Commission, we have been trying to put everything in one system, which is called e-grants. I don't think that was the best solution. I mean, honestly, when you should really try to make always the effort to be as lean and as easy as possible in every program of the Commission. We are champions sometimes in making things bureaucratic. So I like the discussion of yesterday we had in Roundtable 2. Keep it simple, please. So we talk a lot with Dirk on how we can keep the things as simple as possible for our customers. And it is not easy also due to, let's say, the framework in which we have to work. But we are very well aware of that. And I think with the advisory that we have, like also Jasper's is very, very useful in the cohesion countries especially, or with the advisory that we have with our customers, we at least are there. Like Dirk said, also our teams of Move and Cinea, Dirk, we do open days, info days, we go on the ground. So if there's any need, Françoise, we're ready to go for that.
Thank you. A lot of hope. Before to give the floor to Laurent and Werner, I would like to present the answer of the Slido question, if it's possible. Okay, so the barriers is techno obsession. Okay, bureaucracy, political commitment, too much focus on technology, I presume, complexity of administration, administrative burden, connect stakeholders, local politicians, techno obsession, definitively.
What I would still add here in looking at these, and we also had a discussion yesterday, François, is also that we really, I hope that with the new framework, the urban mobility framework, that we also will have the member states a little bit more connected to it. So that there is a cohesion between the national policies and the urban policies, which is kind of missing today.
Yeah. I'm turning to you now, Laurent. Have you a reaction about this answer? And also, I would like to ask you how today the Caisse des Dépôts overcome this challenging regarding financing the barriers, and also because you know that very well, to give us to tell us if today the blending facility are part of the solution, and if you, as president of the European Long-Term Investor Association, you have other mechanism in mind for financing to support them in our project.
Thank you. I have 1 hour. No,
3 minutes.
Well, my first reaction when I see this slide, I think about a guy called Jean-Paul Sartre. And Jean-Paul Sartre said, as you know, hell is the others. And I always say, bureaucracy is the other. So we shall think about it, because why is there bureaucracy? At least there is one reason for that. It's because the accountability for public funds is different than the accountability for private funds. When you have a failure in a risky project with the public funds, it becomes a political scandal. When you have it with private funds, it's an industrial accident. And this main difference is also you have all the reactions behind that. The second point, I saw it in the slide at the beginning, is about bankable project. Like probably most of you, I'm going in this kind of symposium for now some years, and we hear for many years now that we are not lacking of funds, we are lacking of bankable projects. Okay. Maybe there is an issue regarding what we define as bankable project. Maybe we are looking only at bankable project with the ratio that we used to have in the past. Are we sure that in the future those ratios of internal return and will be the same? I'm not completely convinced of that. I think that we need to change our mind of what is a bankable project. And if we change it, we will change it also what is a risky project. And therefore, this is where the blending facility is very important. And all this mechanism of SEF, but also InvestEU, but also other structural funds, how we used to use those funds needs to be changed. One big change, it has been said, which is very, very important, is the technical assistance. Because the failure of the project is at the beginning. At the beginning, there are a lot of projects which needs money with very few returns, high level of risk, so high level of failure. And also, you need to have exchanges with others, capabilities. And the technical assistance can be provided by those who are on the ground as funders, like NPBI, also like EIB, but those actors are key for fostering a project to born. The second aspect, and this is why I said, well, when my neighbor said, why don't pension funds invest for this? Why did I say that? Because I think that we need to enlighten common drivers. And one of the difficulties we have is that we are all, including myself, and probably firstly myself, focusing on what is my own rationale behind my action, behind my funding. And we need to find the common rationale and to understand that the rationale of the other actors are also legitimate. And if they are not legitimate, how can we make them, can we attract them? So for this we need, and I agree with you, we need to have an holistic approach, but having an holistic approach needs to include or to integrate the rationale of other actors, either they are public funders, public financiers, or private, or politicians, or whatever. And this is where once again, the blending, but moreover, all the mix that use a different type of facilities, financial instruments, grants, structural funds are important because they need to have all the actors on the same table trying to find the common points because they will be able to use the funds. Lastly, last point, we cannot speak about financial action today without saying a word about inflation. Inflation is here to stay. Inflation has been reinforced by Ukraine's invasion, but it is something which began before and which will last, hopefully, after Ukraine's invasion. I say hopefully because I hope that Ukraine invasion will stop before inflation. So why is it important? It's important for two reasons. One is because there is, for the last 15 years or 20 years, we are living in a world where time has no reward, interest rate was low. That means that you can borrow money for nothing, but also that investing for the long terms has no reward. That means that investing in infrastructure has no interest compared to investing for very short time. Things are changing for that, even though the interest rate, the real actual interest rate are still lower than the inflation, but in the mind of the actors, things have changed. Therefore, it's an opportunity for long-term investors. It's not completely obvious at first, but inflation will be a deterrent for short-term investment and can be an incentive for long-term investment. If we are able to use it, I would say, in a smart or clever way, and I think that in that case, and I will finish on that, in that case, public actors, public financial actors, have a key role to play for driving the funds in the right direction.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have 1 hour. Werner, you can perhaps follow up of the intervention of Laurent and also after explain us the role of the EIB as a climate bank today.
Thank you very much. Well, to the left, to the right, a lot has been said, but let me just also react to the Slido question. The barriers actually resonate very much. What we are experiencing in our municipal surveys actually. What are the barriers? Funding, red tape, bureaucracy, but then also the lack of capacity. So in this respect, actually, we are clearly working on that to overcome it. Let me react to bankable projects, and I think you're perfectly right in saying that we will also shift in our approach towards what is a bankable project. And in fact, the BIB, with our climate ambition, is doing that. So what we traditionally always did is that the project we are financing, because we want our money back, we have to be technically, financially, environmentally and socially sustainable, but also they have to be sustainable from an economic perspective. What does this mean? We are calculating for each and every larger project the economic rate of return based now on a new carbon price, which will effectively mean that actually we are shifting and kind of penalizing more carbon heavy industries or investments, and at the same time actually where we have CO2 savings, this will shift the investments. That's the first thing. The second thing, within the climate bank, actually, we are not reinventing the wheel. We are putting targets. We went out of fossil fuel financing and have quite some ambitious activities also on the advisory side in view also to increase our adaptation finance. How are we doing this? This is basically through, on the one hand, investment loans, i.e. larger, the metro in Warsaw, with hundreds of millions of investment, where we finance up to fixed 50% of the investment, or what is a very attractive product for our cities, the framework loans, where basically we, together with the mayors and the financial officers from the cities, are defining a multi-annual finance program of different smaller pieces. Last point, and this is really crucial, the capacity. We see that there is a lack. Harold has already mentioned it, Laurent has mentioned it, I think it's clear to everyone, and it's Jaspers that we are helping through commission funding, but it's also there are other activities like the Elena program on energy efficiency, or through the InvestEU Advisory Hub, where we are helping. Now, what does this mean actually? You can reach out to our colleagues in the Commission, to our colleagues in CDC. Also, do not hesitate to reach out to our local offices in the various member countries to ask what can be done for my city. And we have also offices, for instance, in Vienna, in Warsaw, but also in Bucharest, from Jaspers, where you can reach out to get help from your cities. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to give you the floor, Anna, for remarks and final conclusion. You heard the Commission, final institution. They are responding to your presentation on need and expectation on funding. So are you convinced? Or are they ambitious enough?
I think that because we agree, I should disagree. I don't like inflation. Maybe because I am the former president of the central bank in Poland, but I was serving for 9 years as a president of the central bank, and the inflation is not good for long investment, it's not good for short investment. Of course, if the banks who are supported by the state, they are afraid of risk, for them maybe inflation is good. Not for the regular bank, commercial banks, which are private. In Poland we have not so, we have not mainly, but we have many private banks who know that banking is taking the risk. Banking is taking the risk. So I hope that I will not discourage the banks that they will be involved. I should say that holistic approach and blending is another way, good structure of the deal. Yes, it's loan, money, capital, and you have to blend it. And I should say that blending is very important. It was very well done by EIB. I'm not anymore the mayor, so I don't need the money from EIB. But I think that EIB and Jaspers makes it very well, together with the Commission. Thanks to this, as I mentioned already before, we could absorb the 4 billion euros in 10 years about, and I think that what is important from the practical point of view, this is my advice to the cities, not to the Commission, not to the EIB, is to have a good treasurer. Treasurer should be a banker, not political person. If you have a political person as treasurer, he or she will not follow, I would say, the business, but the political directions, So to have good people who could overcome their individual constraints, who hate bureaucracy, if you have more people like this, we'll be successful in 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Unfortunately, it's the end of this session, so I would like to thank you very much, the panelists, for this high-level discussion. I knew that 1 hour was not sufficient to discuss about this important issue, but I'm pretty sure that we will have time perhaps to discuss together today on this important topic. So I wish you a good day, and I think that now we have a short coffee break. No? No coffee break at all? No coffee?
Thank you, Françoise and panelists. Let me give you some practical information. We do have a very short break to have the shift between the sessions, but the actual coffee break is only at 11:30. So now the site visits are starting for those who have registered for them, so they're fully booked. And the meeting point is outside by the beach flags. There the different site visits will be departing. For those who are interested in testing out different types of micromobility modes, when you exit on the right side, there is a test bed where you can try out different modes if you're interested. And then the breakout sessions will be starting in 15 minutes, so 10:15. They run until 11:30, and then you will get your coffee. So the next breakouts will be focusing on SUMPs in the blue room and on the Climate Neutral Cities mission in this room, the Rotunda room. And then we'll have another round of breakouts at 12, from 12 to 1:15, and then we'll have lunch. So enjoy the breakouts or enjoy the site visits, and see you later.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our session, which will be looking at the pathways towards climate-neutral cities through resilient, environmentally friendly, and energy-efficient urban transport. My name is Luana Bidashka, and I am the EU Affairs Manager at EIT Urban Mobility, and I will be serving as your moderator today. A colleague of mine was asking yesterday whether we still think there is hope for climate. And she's right to ask so. The scientific community consistently tells us that we are not doing enough to limit global warming to the crucial 1.5 degrees threshold. The climate crisis is caused by human-generated greenhouse gas emissions that continue to rise across all sectors. Earth average global temperatures have already warmed by 1.1 degrees compared to pre-industrial levels, and we're already seeing devastating consequences, including more intense disasters, changing weather patterns, and struggling ecosystems. But I'm not here to quote the latest IPCC report. You can read that by yourselves. I'd like, though, to mention that cities are not only a beam of hope, but a driving force for mitigation. So this session we'll look into some of these inspiring examples, challenges and opportunities ahead. And some of these key opportunities will be done through the mission on climate neutral and smart cities. Through the Net Zero Cities platform, the mission is a mobilizing force across sectors and stakeholders that will help deliver at least 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030 and ensure that these cities act as experimentation and innovation hubs to enable all European cities to follow suit by 2050. But before we delve deeper into this topic, we'd like you, the audience, to engage along this panel, along the next 70 minutes, and tell us what will be the biggest challenge for cities preparing for sustainable urban transport for this transition? Technology choice, governance, administrative capacity, rollout of solutions, financing, or social acceptance. You can easily say all of the above, but we want to force you to make some changes. And I see the answers are already coming in. Thank you very much for contributing. So I will let the question run along the entire session until we move to our panel discussion. And to set the tone for this discussion, to give us a short keynote and frame the discussion, we have with us Hanna Gronkiewicz-Waltz. So she is the chair of the mission board for the city's mission, and she will give us a short keynote to help us set the scene.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I think that, you know, because some of you probably has been participated in the previous discussion, so I don't want to repeat too many things, but I should tell you that we prepared the report, which is very operational, and then it was, after the report, it was done the implementation of this report of the city mission. So, so I would like to describe the thing which you maybe don't know, because everybody knows, because each introduction, each intervention starts that 70% people live in the cities. That is true. So of course, so it means that the Green Deal depends a lot of the cities. These cities who decided to send the applications, and it was altogether 377 applications. They had to prove that they have ambition, that they will, and that they are ready to be climate neutral in 2030. And I would like to say that only 100 cities were chosen, 100 cities from EU member states and 12 cities from the associated them. So altogether we have 112 cities who will be under this, I would say, procedure of the mission. And about funding and financing, I don't want to say more because I said it already in a previous panel. It was discussed a lot. And what I can say, what is our main goal? We have two goals. First, of course, is to be climate neutral for this, by these 100 cities by 2030, but also to introduce certain, you know, in another cities to become innovative, to become hubs of innovation, and this program can be replicable to the other cities. We have 800 cities according with the OECD, so still 700, maybe some of them, they would like also to become, to have fresh air and to become climate neutral. So this is one thing. The next thing is that we have, now is the moment when it was already chosen the mission platform. Mission platform it sounds very mysterious, but it's managed by Net Zero Cities, which is the consortium of experts. When you open the website, so you will see what is exactly, they even open, I checked it yesterday, opened the call for the independent expert. So this I wanted to say because it was the call was open in September, in the beginning of September, yes. So each city from this 100 should prepare the investment plan, and as I said, you know, to prove that it has ambition to be climate neutral. And I hope that it will be a holistic approach, because as the cities we got quite a lot of money, I should say. In the case of Warsaw, it's my experience. I was serving for 12 years as a mayor. We got altogether for transport, I think, about 2 billion euros, which is a lot, because we constructed a second line of the metro and finished first line of the metro, and we bought about 400 roll stock of trams, and also fast trains, etc., etc. We have many rallies, you know. Fortunately, we were so lucky that we never liquidated tram race, and because of this, our transport is quite clean, thanks to the tramways and, of course, the metro, which was constructed now. And what is also very important in our mission, the participation of citizens, that we have to do and organize everything together with citizens. We organize many webinars, many conferences. Unfortunately, pandemic are a little bit complicated, so we had to concentrate on the conferences online, but it's the life. We didn't have an impact on this issue. And also, if you take the mobility, it was prepared by the Commission, certain programs on urban mobility. For example, new urban mobility framework was adopted by the Commission 1 year ago. Sustainable urban mobility plans is a comprehensive strategy So since 2013, more than 1,000 sustainable urban mobility plans have been developed. And each city has to do it. If it don't prepare, won't get the money. So it's very important incentives. So I think that digitalization is also very important. Digitalization is mainly by using these mobility vehicles with, for example, phones, parking, etc. So it's almost involved in many cities, in many countries, in my city as well. You can sit, during this panel and just push the button and say, oh, I didn't pay enough, so you can pay more from your place where you are. Not so far, of course, from the parking place. And so digitalization is very important, and how you can operate. So this is our city mission now. We have the new board because it's a mixture of old members and new members, and I hope that it will be a new, as we say in Polish, in English, pure translation, fresh blood. So I'm very happy that new people will join us, and they have maybe different approach and decide. However, our report was very operational, as I mentioned, and very concrete. So this, would you like to, I should say more about the mission, is enough?
I think you gave us quite a bit of food for thought, but also set the scene and reminded us of some key figures and data. So we had 377 cities that expressed their interest to become climate neutral. I think this is an astounding number of interest, which goes to show that cities are ready and they want to be part of this. They are motivated and they can actually take charge. You also mentioned key transport investments that have helped Warsaw, and this was also talked about earlier. Financing is key. But we want to focus in this panel about the other types of solutions, integrated solutions, projects, inspiring takeaways from cities that have been already working on this and that can help go faster until 2030 to help us reach this objective. And I also note that you mentioned the call, which is open right now in net zero cities. So I'm just curious to learn a bit about the audience. Are there any cities that are part of the mission or are in contact with the mission in some way in the room? Okay, so these are great. We have some cities here. So that's fantastic.
Yes.
I would like now to move on to, thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you. Of course, I'm ready to answer on the questions if you have any. Okay.
Will you stay with us during the rest of the day?
Still another panel, but I will be in the audience.
Okay, so you will be able to also engage with Hannah in the coffee breaks and along the day in the conference. Thank you very much.
Until lunch, then I am leaving.
So I would like to move on now to introducing our panel. So we have with us 4 speakers from different areas. So I will start with Elizabeth Villajorda. She is a transport engineer at Jaspers, and she will be talking about the EIB SUMP topic guide on climate neutrality. We also have with us Céline Tignol. She's real estate director at REATP, the public transport authority of Paris, Région Autonome de Transport Public de Paris. Voilà. Peter Stalens, senior project coordinator and leading the mobility team at Eurocities. And he has been doing this for quite a while, so I'm quite happy we can rely on his expertise also for connecting us with what cities in your network have been doing. What are the quick wins, perhaps, we can take away from this. And last but not least, my colleague, Traian Urban. So he is Director of Innovation at our Hub East, located in Prague. And he will be talking about the contribution of innovative and energy-efficient urban mobility solutions. I would like now to give the floor to you, Elizabeth. So I know you have a few slides to introduce this topic guide, which I think will help us also feed the discussion.
First, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present the Zoom topic guide on decarbonization of urban mobility. First of all, let me have a few words on what is JASPERS. JASPERS is a joint technical assistance from the European Commission and the European Investment Bank, which supports EU countries and pre-accession countries in the preparation of good quality projects for EU financing. We are more than 100 experts located in regional offices and providing hands-on support on project preparation. And we are working more and more, as you can understand, upstream in the preparation of planning, and transport is one of our main areas of activity. In this context, we are supporting the preparation of SUMs. We are working on SUMs in a number of countries, as the case of Spain, in Andalusia region, as well as in Slovakia or here in Czech Republic. And we have as well an assignment in Poland at the national level and as well with individual cities. In fact, our colleague Paul Riley is having now a presentation exchanging on this experience in the parallel session. So fortunately you cannot hear, but luckily you are here with us. So now focusing on, on the purpose of this brief teasing presentation, which is the Zoom topic guide on the decarbonization of urban mobility, which the European Commission assigned JASPERS as a task to develop. This has been a task led by my colleague Johannes Schneider, present here in the room, together with Neri Di Volo, a senior expert on the topic, and I had the pleasure to join this core team on the preparation of this guide. And this has been supported by Ruprecht Consult, with Susan Boller as project manager, and here Ralph Brand and Morgan Juliet as well co-authoring this guide. This guide has been benefiting from a process of workshops to get inputs from relevant stakeholders from different countries, as well as recognized institutions, as the case of UCL, Peter joined here as well. So the guide is in its final stage, draft process, and still some consultations will be undertaken. We will provide a standalone document aiming to provide some practical recommendations, including on the calculation of greenhouse gas emissions, but as well, very importantly, on providing good practices and examples. Since it's clear that it's at the planning level, so what preparing SUMs, where the biggest potential for decarbonization is. So here, very briefly, these are the main chapters and contents of the guide. Not be able to present fully, but just give you a very brief insight. So the guide starts by highlighting which are the main particularities of decarbonization in urban mobility, yes? And those are developed along the guide. But it's not only anymore about only the mode share. Here is as well important the length of these different trips in different modes, since those are different vehicle types with different emission level related to that. And to lower these emissions, this will require certainly a mix of different strategies, which basically will be relying on this known ASI principle. So first, it's about avoiding, this is the more challenging, because it's about reducing the number and the length of the trips, and this certainly will require going beyond urban mobility and having integrated planning with land use planning. Secondly, it will be about shifting towards lower emission modes, so public transport or active modes that we heard very much yesterday, and only then it's about improving, so about efficiency in terms of energy of vehicles and electrification. So this mix of strategies to be able to go to this final goal of neutrality will certainly require a number of zoom cycles, yes? And this is how the guide aims to provide some guidance on this paradigm of having a vision that different package of measures will be required to achieve this objective. And as well, reminding that it's this decarbonization objective is one of the objectives of ZOOM, that will need to be generally coherently integrated with other key priorities that we know urban areas have. Very briefly, another main chapter of the guide provides practical recommendations on how integrating climate change mitigation in the well-known ZOOM cycle. And I think here, it was not the last version of the slide, sorry, that was it, sorry. But here, there is a chapter dedicated to example of measures. Those measures are grouped by the avoid, shift, improved, and the idea is as well open for contributions to have these examples of measures with as well some qualitative assessment on their impacts. And here emphasizing on the fact that measures alone will not be effective. So the full package, the full set of measures will need to be required in order that this effectivity in decarbonization and carbon reduction is achieved. And just a final slide as well, showing another of the benefits of the guide in sense of referring to tools, as is the case of the carbon zero strategy tool that might support you when setting a vision and analyzing different mix of strategies. So it was quite a dense appetizer to make you hungry for a guide that hopes to be able to support on the preparation of ZOOMs that aim at decarbonization. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And the guide is now available online to download, I understand, on the LTIS platform.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. The guide has been on the consultation, and as it was saying in the slide, it's planned for end of October.
End of October. Okay, so that's clear now to me as well. But I noted down avoid, shift, improve. So I'm very happy that the guide touches on this very important principle of sustainable and decarbonized transport. I would like now to give the floor to Céline Tignol, because we are running a bit late. So Céline, you will give a few examples about this integrated solutions that you are developing in Paris with the depots of the RATP. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, good morning everyone. Yes, I work at RATP Group, which is a French historical operator, but also the third public transport operator in the world. And as we are located in cities, we believe that we have the power to limit the environmental footprint and contribute to ecological transition. And we are exploring new and lots of solutions. For example, we've just talked in the previous conference of this project, which is called Bus 2025, where we try to complete convert our fleet, our bus fleet, to biogas and electric buses by 2025. And this is the major project in Europe, since we are converting nearly 5,000 buses at the same time and the depot. So this shows you our ambition to contribute to reducing GHG emissions. And now I come to this depot and how our buildings, which are located in these very city centers, can take part in this challenge. And we believe that trying to work on this depot or on our workshops, on our railway workshops, we can contribute to the creation of resilient and sustainable cities. So what are we doing very concretely? Yes. We operate in those depots, which are situated in the very city center of Paris, since they were built in the beginning of last century. So now they are very within the city center, where urban pressure is particularly high. And so these sites are ideally placed to develop urban integrated projects and to develop services or activities beyond their primary location, their primary vocation. And we've been pursuing this kind of innovative real estate policy for over 30 years. And this was our first project. We finished in 2016. And this is a former depot we had in Paris. And we had 4 goals in these projects. We wanted to increase our industrial capacity. At the beginning of the project, we had 130 bus spaces in the depot, and we wanted to increase it to 200. We wanted to renovate it because we had this transition to electric buses, and we needed to completely renovate the depot. But we also wanted to tackle other issues, which are not only the issues for RATP as an operator, but the issues the city of Paris and our neighborhood wanted to tackle, which was regenerate the urban area and have an ecological interesting footprint. So we work on this completely integrated project, which blend the increasing of the depot behind, as you can see, and above we work in partnerships with urban operators to build these 30,000 square meters offices and a school. We cannot see it on the picture. So it's a very good example to show you, and we are in RATP very excited about this project because we believe that we can meet both the industrial challenges of an operator in the city center, but also promote functional diversity, work on this quarter city that we try to promote. And so we've doing such projects also on railway workshops, since we are modernizing our rolling stocks as well. So this is another project we are leading in Paris, in the south of Paris. And this is historical workshops for RATP. And with this project, we completely renovate our workshops, but we also built 300 housing units on top of our depot. You can see them on the left of the picture. And half of them are social housing. So it helps us as employer to get our workers a place to live within the city center. And doing this project, we also greened 65% of the area with green roofs or planting trees on this site. So yeah, we believe that we can have a strong impact on our neighborhood. And this project, I just want to finish with a run reaction with the panel, and it was about involving the communities, and you talked about the participation of the public, and it's very important for us as well. And obviously, we not can lead such projects that take like 10 years of works without attracting and without working with our communities and find what is convenient for them, what the project would bring to them, and make the most. At the end, our aim is to make the most of our sites, not only industrial sites, but urban sites.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Céline.
Oh, it's a shame I forgot I had the last one. But just 2 words. This one is also on a bus depot, and it's regenerating area in North Paris, where we build 500 housing above a depot, which is still operating during the works. So we are quite proud of this depot.
Do you organize site visits?
We will, because this one is only this is only the beginning of the works. So, as this project benefited from European Commission subsidies, we are doing an event in December in Paris to to begin the works. So, European Commission will be taking part of it. So, yeah, we'll be very happy to host you in Paris to make visits if some of you are interested.
Very interesting. Thanks very much. I mean, this is a very inspiring example showing how we can optimize resources available, how we can leverage the resources of a public authority, optimize space, because it's also about optimization of what we already have, right? When we talk about climate neutrality, the donut economic model, right? So staying within the planetary boundaries that we have. I think these types of investments, examples, and also working with the community is a perfect case study also for the mission and for the cities working in the mission to be inspired and learn from. I would like now to move to the other 2 panelists that we have and also give you a chance to position your organizations and your work in this discussion. So who would like to start, Trajan or Peter? Who has a microphone next to him?
I have a microphone. So good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Stalens. I lead the mobility team at Eurocities, which is a network of 200 major European cities. We were very closely involved in the writing of the report on the climate neutral cities mission, and we're also part of the Net Zero Cities project that is setting up the operational framework to offer support to cities that want to achieve climate neutrality by 2030. I was closely involved in the proposal design, and I have to say, having worked on sustainable transport for most of my career and being aware of the challenges of developing an integrated vision across different sectors, it was a bit of an eye-opener to see how, when you want to bring this multidisciplinary approach into practice, how complex it can get when you need to think about making transport sustainable in connection with energy systems, with housing. So I got a bit out of my comfort zone there, but it made me realize that what we want to do with the mission is a big challenge. On the other hand, cities already have a lot of experience in making transport more climate friendly, I can say. Although in recent years, the focus shifted a bit more from fighting climate change to improving air quality. Because there you had immediate impacts on the ground. There was a very strong demand from people living in cities that, okay, we feel that motorized transport is affecting our health. The data are there, and it's really shortening people's lives. So in recent years, air quality was very much top of mind. But many measures related to improving air quality are actually also very effective in fighting climate change. And I think that can somehow lead the way towards the types of measures that we need for cities that aspire to be climate neutral by 2030 to prioritize. And I have a practical mind, so of course advocacy is important, setting the regulatory framework, the policy framework, it's all very important, but personally I'm also interested in seeing what can be done on the ground. So I made my personal list of quick wins, measures that I have seen from experience that have been applied by cities that are effective in improving air quality, but also in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And my other personal preference is that I like measures that are not extremely complicated and cost effective. So I made a short list. I will share it with you. Let's say 2 immediate measures that I could think of were reducing speed in urban areas, lowering speed, very good for road safety, also for making pedestrians and cyclists feel more safe on the urban road network, but also very good in reducing emissions. Another good one, connected actually to lowering speed, is introducing circulation plans. Circulation plans are not a very innovative measure in itself, but I can see that cities are increasingly looking at how they can cut through traffic in cities, but also make it less appealing for local residents to use the car for short distance trips within the city. So it means that you divide the city in sectors, and that for motorized traffic, to get out of your sector, you need to go to the ring roads and not just start crossing the whole urban area to achieve the end of your journey. And we know, for example, and I have seen there were colleagues from Transport and Mobility Leuven here in the conference, but for example, they did a very detailed impact analysis of the circulation plan that was introduced in Ghent. I think that was almost 4 years ago. And even within a few weeks, you could see a drop of emissions by 18 to 20%. And that has been slowly further decreasing in the past years. So I would say that together with lowering the speed, circulation plans can be super, super effective. And they have many other positive effects, because we could see that public transport benefited from the reduction in car traffic, but also that it led to an increase in cycling and walking.
Lower energy consumption of cars as well, of course.
And exactly, lower energy consumption as well. And Brussels, for example, did recently a combination of those 2 measures, lowering speed, so introducing 30 km/h zones in combination with a circulation plan. It's a bit too early to see the data, the real impacts of that, but when I'm now arriving at the central station in Brussels, I'm walking to the office, I'm really amazed about how traffic has calmed, how there are less cars, and because of the lower speeds, that people feel more comfortable taking ownership of the public space. And comparing that to 10 years ago, or even half a year, and I see Isabel is nodding, people that live and work in Brussels, for sure they must have the same impression like I have, like the circulation plan, the speed reduction.
I think we are beyond talking about impressions, and we should not just rely on impressions, but on the numbers and on the data of these measures.
The data are there.
The data are there as well to support these.
The data are there, not for Brussels yet, but we know, for example, for the case of Ghent, and other cities have applied this mix of measures as well.
Okay. Maybe we move on to our next panelist, Traian, and we pick this up again when we go to the Slido question a bit later. So Traian, how does EIT Urban Mobility connect with this discussion? So you are a knowledge and innovation community.
We are initiative.
We are also involved in Net Zero Cities, so we have a partnership there, and we have a role to play in supporting, together with Eurocities and some other colleagues in the room. Tell us a bit more.
We are initiative of European Institute for Technology and Innovation, and what we are doing basically is accelerate the changes towards more innovative way deployed in the urban mobility space. We are bringing together all the different actors from different sectors like industrial players, startups, universities, research centers, and also cities, and of course citizens, which are very important. Here perhaps I would like to mention that in the core of our activities you will find always cities, because they are defining together with the citizens the challenges, their needs, what it should be solved and what it should be somehow discovered, test, and after perhaps deployed. We are working also supporting startups. More than 200 startups we supported over the last 3 years. In our ecosystem, you will find more than 250 different actors, important cities, important industrial players, small businesses, and also universities. And also because we understand that it's very important to focus on next generation, so we are supporting educational program for young professionals. So over the last 3 years, more than 50,000 of professionals came through our courses. We are supporting also master degrees and PhD degrees in many European prestigious universities, and not only, also in associated countries like Israel, where we are cooperating, for example, with Technion. We understand that it's very important to educate people and somehow prepare them for educational or behavioral changes, because the cities needs that changes. Of course, if we are talking about cities, we have to be careful, because every city, they have own infrastructure, different needs, and different problems. So one solution cannot be applied for every city in the world. So this is something where also the data are very important, the analysis of the data and the results coming from them. So basically, this is what we are doing, and I think we will have time to tackle some other things during the discussion.
We have a few more questions. Thank you very much. Can I ask the colleagues in the technical room to show the Slido question, please? And I would just want you to react a little bit. So to remind you, we asked the audience at the beginning, what do they think is the biggest challenge to transition, to go further to sustainable urban mobility? And we forced the audience to give us and to choose between these options. And we see a large extent of people look at social acceptance. And I think this is great, Hannah, because the mission is about citizen engagement, it's about social acceptance, and making climate neutrality work for people, not against them, which is more difficult, which is easier said than done. Because at least for mobility, this is a highly political issue, personal as well, which affects behaviors and needs to change behaviors in order to achieve results. So how do you perceive this question? What would be your reaction to, how would you respond to this question?
My reaction is just currently, however, I'm not a mayor, but I know I'm in touch with some colleagues. Now we have the problem because we finished the second line of the metro, and we should liquidate a little bit of number of buses. But people are not happy with this. So it's the reason why you have to discuss, you have to organize the meeting and to convince the people, because we didn't spend so much money, your budget and our budget, for subway, for the metro, if we hadn't liquidated some buses which are not climate neutral. Yes, of course we already bought many buses which are electrical, but it's not enough. It should be, as it was already said in the first panel, there are not enough money, so we have to spend money very reasonably. Yes, wisely, exactly, reasonably and wisely. I would like also to touch also the point that mission is not only about mobility. I mentioned only mobility because it's the subject. It's also about housing, about building, about energy waste and water management, because it also works for the neutrality of climate. And how it will be technically done. Technically, each city individually advised, we sign a contract, so we call it CCC, Climate City Contract, which is not a contract in a legal form, but it's rather a memorandum of understanding, so it's obligations. We would like to have as a mission that it should be signed by the mayor, not by somebody from the city, but by the mayor, just to take it very seriously. And also, I would like to say that this individual contract allow for this special treatment. We call it mission label. So it's like fast track at the airport. Yes, so that you probably with this stamp of mission label, you have a possibility to get more trust and to get more money, because funding and funds are still a problem. Thank you.
Helping create those bankable projects that are badly needed, right? Trajan, would you like to react to this question?
Of course, yeah. I think involvement of the citizens in new and innovative and technological ways how to transport something in the city, whether services or goods, it's important, because we have experienced that, for example, if we are testing autonomous buses, so you have to make many steps to speak with the citizens, to teach them, to show them that it works and how it works. After, of course, the city has to make some legislation preparation for this, because it's not easy task. The same question could be related to drones, because this is something also which will be coming in the future.
Do they contribute to climate neutrality? Let me revert this back.
also can, yeah, of course,
because
they are saving the transport, making make it more sustainable also. But in this screen, I would like to also highlight the problems of procuring or difficulties in procuring innovation from the city, because sometimes we see that in many cases there are not the capacity in the human resources, perhaps the knowledge, or difficult processes, and this is something what is influencing a lot the innovation in the urban mobility environment.
Thank you very much, Trajan. And yesterday, actually, in one of the sessions, somebody mentioned that innovation of governance models and business models is maybe just as important as technology. So thank you for bringing this up as well. I have another question now prepared here for you, Peter, about social inclusiveness and avoiding mobility poverty. In this pursuit for sustainable mobility. So, for example, here we're talking about affordability of electric cars, or accessibility of public transport, or accessibility of digital and smart solutions for people with disabilities and elderly. Do you want to react to this? Or maybe just touch on this question before, and, because...
I'm looking again at the Slido, and I'm happy to see the social acceptance is top of the list, because just transition is a key component of the climate neutral cities mission, and it means that solutions will need to be inclusive, but they will also need to be perceived as just by everyone. What is often missed in the discussion on sustainable urban mobility is that it's very closely linked to affordable housing. And I think it was mentioned by you, and that by creating these buildings on top of this depot, you create more opportunities for social housing. And we know that you can make cities more attractive to live in, but it will also increase the value of property. So it can lead to gentrification, and it's almost a paradox, like the better we make the cities, the more expensive they become to live in. And I feel more and more that this aspect of housing, affordable housing, social housing, is an important aspect of a transport policy. And again, it's this concept of integrated planning. We cannot afford just looking at our own sector, but we need to look at how is this connected to other sectors. And so this aspect of affordable housing is a big, is an important component of achieving climate neutral transport in cities, but also around cities, because the people that are forced to move to cheaper houses outside of the city, they probably work in the city, so they will be commuting back to the city and maybe create additional traffic. And the reason why I mentioned, for example, my favorite top 2 of efficient, effective measures toward climate neutral transport, the lowering speed, for example, and introduction of circulation plans, is that they apply to everyone. And so everyone is affected in the same way, but also benefiting in the same way. And the introduction of a low emission zone, for example, may have unintended consequences. They're also effective in reducing emissions from more polluting cars, and I think they are needed. But at the same time, we see that people that cannot afford the cleaner cars are faced with financial consequences. And cities are trying to compensate for that, but it's not easy to do so. Should you provide financial incentives for them to purchase a cleaner car? I have my doubts. Another possibility could be that you provide really a mobility package with access to an integrated offer of sustainable modes instead of having car scrappage schemes. Could be maybe a reduction to use public transport. So we need to think very carefully about the measures we want to introduce and what kind of effects they generate.
And the effects they generate. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I see you nodding, Elizabeth. Would you like to talk a little bit about the capacity of cities? Do they have capacity to deal with these aspects?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm nodding because I can only agree with the issues that have been raised, and as well reflecting on the guide from the perspective of the SUM preparation and with a focus on decarbonization. Those highlighted challenges are clearly as well highlighted in there, and in relation to capacity, so governments and working structure, yes, and this links was very much highlighted yesterday, yes. And for decarbonization, it's very important to have an understanding of urban development and the transport at the functional urban area, yes? And this certainly requires working across administrative borders, which we heard the case of Antwerp yesterday, or we are working in Silesia region, which is a very polycentric and complex region in Poland. So this is, as it was said, it's not easy, but it's important, yes? And this as well, as I was saying, it's across administrative borders and across departments and responsibilities. And as well, adding on the social part, it's very, the social acceptance, very important to include public participation in all stages of the development of these plans. And from the very early stage, when the analysis is done, then the vision is defined and proposed. This needs to be as well part of the participative processes, and we are seeing this in experiences in supporting SUMs, for example, the case of Andalusia, where as well this the social inclusion asks for dealing together other key priorities of the region, and maybe gender aspects, for example, when dealing with transport. So just some examples. We could continue because the list of challenges, but this requires sufficient preparatory stage, and it's important that to get awareness on that.
Thank you very much. I would like to open the floor to questions, if there are any here in the audience that would like to bring something up and raise it with our panelists. No? Okay, then. Oh, I see a question over there. Octavia. Is there a microphone that we can share over there? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the panelists for the views. Very interesting discussion. I will try to be a little bit the advocate of the devil, as always. And I liked very much the last intervention of Isabel, because I think we really need to focus on the functional urban area if we are to bridge with the session that we had yesterday, the plenary 2. Peter, when you discussed the circulation plan for Ghent, you mainly mentioned the benefits in terms of reduction for the central area of the city. I don't know if this was measured at the level of the functional urban area, but we should be aware that what happens in the center can have a secondary effect at the larger scale. So we should not forget, I think it is important, especially from transport perspective, let's say the level of the functional urban area, because transport goes beyond, by definition, the city administration. And then a more, let's say, strategic question for those of you that are involved in the Net Zero Cities project. I think we have here, let's say, with regards to urban mobility, two ways of supporting the city. We have the traditional Civitas model, where we have, let's say, locally at each demonstration site, a cluster of partners, of local partners, that get together, and they get, let's say, in average a funding of 5 to 6 million altogether to implement a set of minimum 5-7 measures per project. We have at the same time now in Net Zero City a new way of funding. We have recently heard about the launch of the pilots, of the call for the pilots with 5 million, which was launched on the 5th of September. And then here we hear about the funding directly to a city between a half or 1.5 million. And I would like to ask maybe all the panelists or some of you, which one of these two models, maybe there are others as well, you think is more effective in reaching, in implementing, in generating implementation and take-up, and in really generating, you know, this, in the end, the reduction of CO2 and all the benefits that we want to have. So either, let's say, a cluster of partners brought together with a bit of a raised funding to have this, or let's say a pocket directly for the city, and then we let the city in charge on how they will do this. Just
tough questions, Octavia. Thank you. So, who would like? I think so, because we are running a bit out of time. But would anybody like to pick up this point?
I just wanted only to ask. Maybe we can use both. We don't need to choose. Maybe in one city is better this one, in the other city is better the other one. So it depends on the region, on the size of advancing of everything, many other factors.
It's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of effectiveness.
Going
which
faster.
One, because we want with the city's mission very fast results by 2030. So which one would be most time efficient to reach results?
Thank you very much, Octavia. So I think, yeah, here there is a question of going faster, and whether there is a need to maybe amass and create these synergies that would help us deliver. But I would tend to agree with you, Hannah, as well, that maybe we need to combine different instruments and elements, and there is, let's say, a complementarity. And there is this, I think, fear of duplication, right? And overlaps. But I think we should not be so afraid about of this. Let's duplicate, yes, the good solutions, the one that work. Let's create scale. Let's replicate. Let's reinvent the wheel where it's needed, because the wheel maybe was not perfect there. So, this would be my contribution. I think we're running out of time. I'm very sorry. I wish this panel would go on for a bit longer as well. We also have two interesting questions here from the audience via Slido. So, administrative capacity was highly rated as challenge for cities. What is the panel's observation here? A lack of staff? New competencies needed, too complex, And then the second question are, what are the key aspects to focus on for achieving climate neutrality? What to prioritize? I think the second one has to be driven also by science, by research results, so trying to bring these back into the policy-making process. So a vision which is led by numbers, by data. But I would still like the panel to react to the first one. So an administrative capacity. Céline.
Maybe I could answer try to answer to the first one. I stick on my examples of urban mixed-use projects. It's very important for us to make a common vision on this project, and administrative capacity is very important, because to lead such innovative projects we have to work with city authorities, but also with firemen, also with communities, and with private partnerships as well. So all these stakeholders have to speak the same language to focus on the same projects. And yeah, we in Paris we are quite lucky, because I believe the administrative staff is can deal with such innovative projects. But when we try to work on such projects, even in the smaller cities, we see that yes, there is a huge need of working in these partnerships and in this mixed culture, private and public, and this is still difficult for us.
Thank you very much, Celine. I see there are some other questions popping up, but we do not have time to take them anymore. So I would like to take the opportunity and thank our panelists for their interesting contributions. And thank you as well, the audience, for being here with us. And yeah, have a good rest of the conference.
Thank you. Yes, good question.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let's wait a few more minutes so people finish the coffee and get into the room, and then we start. Okay, so I would say that this is it. Anybody who will join will be joining in now. So thank you again for selecting our session. We will be talking about the sustainable urban mobility indicators, and we will explain what we learned about these indicators, what we have, and what's our plans and ambition with the system, what we have prepared. We will have a big panel of presentations and speakers to share their views and knowledge about this. So first of all, my name is Robert Switch. I work at the European Commission in the Unit for Urban Mobility. I will be moderating the session, and on my left I have Marcel Brown from Ruprecht Consult, who are working on developing the indicator set together with us. And we will have Hans-Martin Neumann from the Austrian Institute of Technology, who will also explain what they are doing in terms of urban mobility indicators as regards the net zero cities. And we will have 3 city representatives who will present briefly their experience and knowledge through testing and working with us through the pilot phase or by other means. So we will have Diana Kimmer from Budapest Transport Authority, then Michiel Penne from Antwerp, the city of Antwerp, and Stella Altonen from the city of Turku. And at the end of the session, we will close with a Q&A. So obviously, we will be listening through, I think it will be Slido. We will be ready to answer to your questions if the time allows. And at the very beginning, before we start, we have 2 very quick Slido questions to have an understanding of what you know about these indicators. Could we have them on the screen, please? So technically, have you heard about the sustainable urban mobility indicators? Before, obviously. Okay, it seems we have a good audience. You're very knowledgeable, probably better than we are. And for the second question, is your city planning to work with the mobility indicators? Okay, that's also quite a positive. Either you are busy with indicators already, or in the process of setting up such systems, or the no probably should have been not yet, because it will come probably everywhere. And okay, thank you for the questions. So on my side, I have prepared a few slides. So if I can get the clicker, just to give you a little bit of the rationale behind this thing. I will stand here so I can watch what's going on in there. So, colleagues, could you please start the slides for... So why are we working on these indicators, and what's the whole point of this academics? I think it was mentioned yesterday, academics and difficult formulas. So the main reason behind is that for the sums, we have plans. Everybody can have plans, and we need to work on implementing our plans. We are setting objectives. We need to measure, are we on a track, good track, to meet our objectives? Are we actually getting closer at all? The set of measures we defined in our plans, are they making the impact, the scale of the impact we want to achieve, or not? Are we okay in terms of time? So we need to know, are we on the right track? And obviously indicators, data will feed back to your policy side, to your planning, your policy making cycle, to confirm that actually, yes, it's reassuring, we are on a good path, or not fast enough. Then we need to change, we need to adjust, we need to adapt our plans, be more bold, more ambitious, or sit back and lay back, yes, we are on a perfectly fine track as we prepared. But we need to know this feedback. We need to know where we are, and if we are going in a direction, is it a good one, and is it the proper one, and it will lead to the place where we want to be in the amount of time that is available to us. So this is our understanding that for the sums we have a very good uptake, but for the data, for the feedback, for the monitoring systems, we feel that we can further improve. We have a room to work, to continue and make the plans more robust, to be more evidence-based, more factual, so we can actually understand that we are working in a good way and in a good direction. So in the urban mobility framework last December, we had a communication where we presented this issue, this need for data, for making the urban mobility plans more robust, and we proposed that we will work from the Commission side towards this direction, and to make sure that we have some sort of standardized data available to cities to work with, and can also be aggregated to member state and European level to do some sort of benchmarking, identify good practices, better practices, because this is what we feel as important coming from the urban mobility policy angle. At the same time, together with the urban mobility framework communication, the Commission tabled also a proposal for revising the TEN-T regulation. And within this regulation, we also included our ambition towards the urban nodes specifically, that overall for cities, we obviously want to have indicators to capture, to measure, but for the key systems, the key cities on the network, and on the European transport networks, we proposed that actually we want you to, so we required, or we proposed the cities that they will be collecting and submitting these urban mobility data to the Commission by 2025. Obviously, the discussions are still ongoing in Council, so this was the Commission's proposal. And we selected a few of the SUMI indicators, what we have prepared originally. So technically, we proposed a few of them that we felt from our point of view that are the most relevant from a European perspective to aggregate and to capture, meaning greenhouse gas emissions, congestion, deaths and serious injuries caused by road crashes, modal share, access to mobility services, and data on air and noise pollution in cities. So these are the ones what we felt that we would like to have a European level of data available for us for the 424 biggest cities in the EU. So just very briefly, I don't want to spend a lot of time because Marcel will explain the details of what happened in the first project of the Sustainable Urban Mobility Indicators. We call it SUMI, SUMI 1 project. So we were running a pilot project for the past couple of years to get an indicator set because there was nothing European available for that. So we developed together with our consultants and colleagues from abroad as well, a set of 19 urban mobility indicators with a standardized methodology and formulas to capture key aspects of urban mobility, We ran a test within 50 cities to see actually do they work, can we get the data, are they available, and so on, and to see what the feedback is and what the lessons learned are. We also developed a little benchmarking tool with data to see how cities are compared to the benchmark, so the average of the different values for the indicators. The idea is not to name and shame, but to see are you better or behind, so you have a room to improve compared to the others. So this is the feedback for the cities to see how well they perform on some indicators compared to the others. I mean, compared to the average of the 50 cities in this specific case. And now we are working on the second phase of the SUMI project to actually build and incorporate the feedback, what we learned from the first phase, to simplify, streamline the methodology, to make sure that the data is available as easily as possible. Obviously simplifying the formulas, the academics behind as well, but not destroying everything, because without academics, this is, I mean, data, you need to be precise. And our ambition is that we will have, by the end of the year, a stable indicator set available for use. And next year, we will prepare a topic guide on the indicators to share everything what we learned during this process. And as a next step afterwards. So overall, as you see, we have a stage approach. So we are planning one step after the other. So first, obviously, we finish with the indicator set by end of this year. At the same time, we are working already with the cities mission. So the cities selected, 100 cities selected under the mission for this climate neutrality, we will offer support to them to develop their indicator system, at least for urban mobility, so they will be able to track and keep control of what's going on in their cities. And we will launch from Connecting Europe facility a program support action, technical assistance call for member states to actually fund cities to start collecting their data and build up their indicator systems. So this will be the first call from the staff available for the indicators. Obviously, we have to finish the indicator set before, so that's why it is staged behind, so afterwards. And we expect that many others will follow in this regard. And I stop here, and I give the mic to my colleague, so Marcel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Is this, okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll use this microphone. So it would be nice if you could put up the presentation of Marcel Braun, which is me. So hello everyone, I'm Marcel Braun from Ruprecht Consult, based in Cologne in Germany. I must say it's quite an impressive stage here. I feel like I have to sing out this presentation to you with a live band in the background, but I'm not going to do that, so no worries. So I have coordinated the first SUMI project, and I'm actually now coordinating the follow-up project, the second SUMI project, which is in a contract together with the LTIS project. I have a couple of slides. I will go through many of them quite quickly, but I'm not sure whether it has been mentioned before. All the slides will actually be available from the mobility website after the conference, so you can download them and have a closer look. Also, I'd like to mention that we're also part of the previously mentioned Net Zero Cities project that is supporting the 100 mission cities in their endeavor to become climate neutral by 2030. Okay, I have also a little bit of background that has been mentioned, but I will go over this quite quickly. The relation to SUMP, which is the starting point. There's now more than 1,000 SUMPs across Europe already. And of course, there's a strong interest to also learn about the effectiveness of the SUMP and its measures. Have they really achieved what they have been designed for? And this is where the sustainable mobility indicators come in as a tool to support really the measuring of the success and objectives of an SUMP, and to also help finding areas where there's deficiencies and where improvements could be made in terms of policies and measures. the framework, I don't have to explain it to you, and also the 10T background has been explained. It probably should be added that also the EIB recommends SUMP for infrastructure financing proposals. You've all seen the circles for SUMP. I don't go into detail on that. Many of you know the SUMP guidelines. Indicators are mentioned there. There's even a definition of the indicator, which I've mentioned here, so a clearly defined data set to monitor the progress, as I've mentioned, to measure the performance of an SUMP. So this is where the story is embedded in. It's also part of this quadrant here. So how to determine this? And the SUMI indicators have been designed to help you on this and to provide you with inspiration on how to measure the success of the SUMP. And so they really help you to identify strengths and weaknesses of your mobility system and identify areas for improvement. So the main advantage from our point is that it's standardized at the EU level, which allows for comparisons with other cities. So if everybody uses a different methodology, then you can track progress over time in your own city, but you can't compare with other cities how you're really doing at the European level compared to cities of similar size. And this is what the previously mentioned benchmarking tool, which is available from the DG Move website, or actually currently it's down, but it will be available again, which really helps you to locate yourself in comparing with cities of similar size. So quickly on the SUMI 1 project, which ran 2018 to mid-2020. So the starting point of the project was an indicator set that had been developed by the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and we have been asked in this project to test these indicators with cities across Europe. So at the start of the project, we realized together with staff from different DGs across the European Commission, as well as a scientific council that we had established, that this indicator set should be revised to a certain extent and Europeanized, which was the first task we've did. And after this revision process, we have then supported altogether 46 cities across Europe, and some of them are here, which is great, to provide, to test these indicators, so to calculate them, and then afterwards to collect the learnings from the cities and urban areas, and on this basis prepare recommendations for the European Commission on how to revise the indicator set in the future. And what we have also done, we've developed the benchmarking tool. That's basically what I've mentioned, so you can have a look at more detail when you download the slides. So the indicators, this is the list of the indicators we have in SUMI 1. We have distinguished between core indicators and non-core indicators, so those that are really crucial to measure the success of an SUMP and the state of the mobility system in the city, and those that perhaps are nice to have in addition, but they're not essential. Okay, I just wanted to give you an example of what an indicator looks like. This is, for example, the indicator opportunity for active mobility. So for every indicator we have a definition. In this case, it's the infrastructure for active mobility, so walking and cycling. Then the parameters, which basically is the calculation methodology in order to arrive at a specific indicator score at the end. It always calculates a score between 0 and 10, so 10 for best performance. For every indicator we're also providing the calculation methodology and a user guide, which is in an Excel sheet, so everybody can really use it. And this is, for example, what an Excel sheet looks like, so pretty small, but there's always the blue cells to fill in the figures. And of course, this is the challenge for each city. Do you have available the data in order to fill in these indicators? For some, it's not very difficult. Usually cities have this data available. For other indicators, it's perhaps a little bit more of a challenge. So the experiences that we have collected at the end of the project, which are part of the final recommendations, is that the indicators within the cities have led to a lot of new insights, because sometimes the data has been collected for the first time, and through this endeavor also the staff in the city administration and other organizations the cities have worked with have really led to development of new competences, which was a really positive feedback from the cities. But some of the data was perceived as difficult to get and to obtain, also sometimes expensive to get the data. But the cities have often built up new connections with institutions, other organizations who have data which they probably weren't aware of before, or at least not in this level of detail, and really have established work relationships which are very important. Also the external support that we provided from the project by giving suggestions on where to find data and so on was perceived as helpful, so this is now being continued. And there was a great interest from the cities to really compare with similar cities, so to benchmarking. But as you have mentioned, Robert, the revisions of the indicators is now a key activity of the so-called SUMI 2 project. So we're currently revising these indicators based on the feedback from the cities to reduce really the challenges that some of the cities have had in calculating these indicators. We're redefining the scaling because over these years, especially with the publication of the mobility framework, new policy goals and objectives from the European Commission have been formulated, which are being taken up. So the scaling sometimes changes. So when does a city achieve the highest value of indicator score of 10? This has partly been changed. And as you've mentioned, we're supporting, or the objective is to support the 100 mission cities through different means. There will be a secretariat for general questions, but we will provide bilateral assistance through so-called indicator mentors, so really specialists on the indicators to help during the calculation procedure. There will be a financial support mechanism, a so-called data acquisition fund. We will have training activities, webinars, e-courses, and so on. And we'll update the benchmarking tool as well, and you mentioned already the topic guide. So this is my second to last slide, I think, already. So the decision has been taken already on which will be the core indicators. I've shown you the long list for the SUMI 1 project. So this has been really condensed now to 7 indicators, which are those that are included in the 10T regulation. And the other indicators, so the 12 other indicators, will be differentiated into so-called second level and optional indicators, but this process is currently ongoing. And the state of play is, so we've now invited all the mission cities to work with us. There has been quite some positive feedback already. A few are not yet getting back. So if you are here from a mission city, please approach us afterwards. We're happy to provide you with some more information. What should be mentioned is already this decision has been taken as well. That in SUMI 1, the requirement was always to collect data at urban area level, which is also in line with the 10T regulation. But nevertheless, what we have realized is that sometimes this data is simply not available. And in order to avoid that an indicator is not calculated at all, it is still better that it is calculated with city level data. So while cities are still encouraged to calculate at functional urban area level, these indicators also, when you calculate it with city level data, it nevertheless provides interesting results. And especially, I mean, ideally, of course, it would be to calculate both at urban area level and city level, because the comparison can be quite interesting. So, for example, for the modal split, it's quite obvious that usually the level of cars is higher for the urban area level due to the commuters, but for other indicators it might not be this obvious. So where we are now, we have revised already 4 of the indicators, those that have been perceived in SUMI 1 as rather easy, where there have been a few minor suggestions for revisions which we have implemented, and there are now 4 sitting with DG Move for the final approval, so we can really get going and start working together with the cities. And we're currently providing a discussion paper for options on to revise the further the remaining indicators. And that's it. Thank you.
Please take one of the. Okay, so Hans-Martin Neumann, please. Could you take one of the other mics so I keep this one for me? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, good afternoon. I would like to talk about the Net Zero Cities project and the activities around the EU mission on smart and climate neutral cities here. And as you will see, there are strong linkages to the SUMI indicators and to the discussion of the sustainable urban mobility plans. So let me start with a word about myself. My name is Hans-Martin Neumann. I'm a practitioner turned researcher and then turned practitioner again. When I started this journey here for Net Zero Cities, I was thematic coordinator at AIT, Austrian Institute of Technology. And we submitted with many other partners the Net Zero Cities project and won it. In the meantime, I've actually changed my position. I'm now Urban Development Director of the city of Linz in Austria, in Upper Austria. And, but I'm still, of course, working on urban mobility issues. I'm overseeing there also the work of the Urban Mobility Department. And I'm advising Net Zero Cities project on the development of the indicators. That was actually my research focus in the last 10 years. Okay. Let me just see exactly. Well, I think you are probably all familiar with the EU mission on smart and climate neutral cities. This is a major initiative that should make more than 100 cities support more than 100 cities, I think it's total 112, to become climate neutral within the next, well, not even 10 years until 2030, it's only 7 years left. And it is one of the 5 EU missions that mobilize at the moment a lot of research and innovation funding for these activities to implement the EU Green Deal. And at the next step also, well, it should of course bundle ongoing activities like the SUMs, like the SUMIs in the cities, and leverage these activities by, in the next step, attracting also private capital and to bundle investments to make climate neutrality in cities happen. Well, how can climate neutrality be achieved? This is of course something that cannot be done by a single technology or by a single change in governance or by a single measure at all. You need to follow what we call in the project impact pathways. You need to identify where the levers are that you can use, what the main areas of interventions are in your city, based on an analysis, of course, of where the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions are, and then you need to step by step work you through all the barriers in order to achieve a system transformation that allows a city to run to its operations in a climate neutral way. And this is something that is done in an iterative way. It cannot not happen overnight. And it requires also monitoring, because you will have several interventions. Some of them will work out, some others will not. So monitoring is really a very important aspect of the whole journey towards climate neutrality. Well, monitoring needs to be embedded. We therefore have developed what we call an impact framework, or also sometimes we call it the theory of change. This diagram behind us here shows how this works, what the steps are that from our point of view need to be analyzed, need to be taken into account. On the left-hand side you see that climate neutrality is of course about reducing emissions, carbon emissions and emissions of other greenhouse gases. And these emissions come from specific sectors of the economy, mobility being one of the most important ones, the most prominent ones. So you need to start with an analysis of these sectors and then develop sector-specific approaches. But just looking at technologies within the sectors is not enough. You also need to think about what are the conditions, the social conditions, the economic conditions that are necessary for the system transformations. And this is what we call here systemic levers. This includes technological innovation, it includes changes in governance and policy, it includes participation, because if you don't involve your citizens, they will not support this climate neutrality agenda. It includes very importantly finance and funding. Yeah? I've already mentioned that new ways of financing are needed to make cities climate neutral. And finally, learning and capabilities in order to ensure mainstreaming of the innovations and the learnings from the climate neutrality process. Then, well, for each of these domains, and also considering the levers, you will then define your measures, and you will observe the changes over time. Short-term changes, early changes after 1 to 2 years, later outcomes after 4 years, which is the duration of the Net Zero Cities project. And we are also interested in seeing what the long-term perspective, meaning the perspective until 2030 is, of course. So we will ask cities at least to do an estimation of the impacts by 2030 at the end of the project. So I think that I've already explained this. This is how you can also look at it. So first of all, you need to define what will be done. These are the interventions. Then you need to think about what is necessary to make these changes happen. And in order to be sure where you are in the process, you need to look at your progress. You need to do progress monitoring, and in the end, impact monitoring that will tell you whether you have achieved climate neutrality in your city or not. So, and our monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework, as we call it, is structured according to these steps in the process. We start with an assessment of the emission domains. This is what many cities have done already within the SECAPs, the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plans. Also, as we have learned in the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, this is nowadays an important topic. This is the starting point, and this is also where the indicators, well, some indicators from the SUMI framework will be certainly integrated. We will also create linkages with the ongoing reporting mechanisms, already established reporting mechanisms of My Covenant and of CDP and ICLEI. We are closely working together with them. Then also what needs to be observed as the city proceeds with this agenda is the systemic levers. This is something that, in our point of view, is important to understand why changes happen or why they do not happen, why project implementation measures succeed or why they do not succeed. So therefore, we recommend cities to also do a qualitative monitoring of the systemic levers, not just a quantitative one of the emissions. And we've translated this journey into the framework that you can see here. So this is basically the structure of the indicator system that we are at the moment working on. So we have what we call the direct benefits. These are basically the savings in greenhouse gas emissions. We have the co-benefits. Oh, I need to explain this. I have not done it yet. Many of the measures taken towards climate neutrality generate benefits for society, for the economy, for the cities that go beyond just mere emission reduction. For example, it can be a reduction of air pollution. If you reduce car traffic, you will also have less air pollution, but just less greenhouse gas emissions. It might be more attractive urban space. It might be a more inclusive society. These are what we call a co-benefit, and we think that's also important to record them and to communicate them clearly to show well the impact of the mission. And finally, we have the systemic levers of change, which need to be well followed and observed over time in order to have kind of a validation of what works and what does not work out. This is the conceptual framework that we have developed within Net Zero Cities for monitoring, evaluation, and learning. You might wonder where the link is to the SUMI now. It's obviously in the report greenhouse gas on the indicators on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from transport. No, this is clear. This is an obvious link. But I think also in other regards, for example, the accessibility indicators I would consider very important here because they also have a social dimension, participation, and other topics that are covered by SUMI indicators are also covered by our framework. And we are working closely together with Ruprecht in the development, in the construction, and later on in the testing of this indicator framework, and with several other partners that bring in the specific expertise from other European projects in order to have a consistent monitoring, evaluation, and learning approach across Europe with maybe different foci depending on the project where we are working. So I would also, well, this is work in progress. At the moment, we are, as I said, we are filling now the indicators for the different dimensions. Most of them have been defined already, and we are at the moment describing them and working on the calculations rules. The whole system should be ready at the beginning of the year, and then it will go into the testing phase. I would also just like to mention that we are advising cities not only on which indicators to use. There will be also contact persons for that, but also which steps to take in the monitoring process. I think that is a very classical wheel that would also work for the SUMI indicators more or less. You start with identifying your priorities, then you define, or you start with a scoping exercise, then you define your goals and priorities, then you select based on that indicators, and we will provide a menu from which you can choose. Now, this is what we're working in at the moment. This is this MEL framework. And then later on you well, choose data availability, collect data, identify data sources, and do the monitoring and reporting. For this, Net Zero Cities will also provide an infrastructure. There are so-called city advisors that will closely work with cities in order to ensure that this does not cause headaches for you, but it's something that should work smoothly. And we are trying to achieve as much, I would say, consistency and alignment with existing reporting systems and indicators as possible. Finally, when to report, yeah, this is also important. We are thinking about 3 points in time, one after 2 years. At the moment, actually, we are at the end of year one at the end of Net Zero Cities after 4 years, and we will also ask cities to provide a long-term outlook until the year of 2030. The whole reporting should be done on a platform that is currently being developed by other project partners. We are also thinking about what to do in case there are data gaps. This is similar to what Marcel has just described. We might allow to some reporting based on city-level data that is available on statistics platforms, and we will also construct linkages and interfaces with existing reporting systems like the one from platforms like the ones from CDP ICLE and from myCovenant. This is also in the process. I would say I hope we will have a functioning platform after year 2. This is the aim at the moment, but it certainly will need some thorough testing and evaluation until it's fully functional. Yeah, and with this I would like to close and thank you very much, and I think we will have later on a discussion about this indicator framework and the SUMI and everything else that will now be presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentations until now. I think we have seen 2 examples of indicators and how what are the systems being developed and prepared for cities to capture what's going on inside them in terms of mobility. And I think we will come to the most interesting presentations. Actually, what does it look like for a city to work with indicators and to define and get all this data and then to see what we can learn from them. So I think I will start with Michiel at the moment, at the beginning, from Antwerp.
So, good afternoon. My name is Michiel Penne. I'm from the city of Antwerp. We are active in several European projects, such as Scale Up, SumPlus, Mobimix, Pioneers, and Fast Track. Today, I would like to talk to you about how we work with indicators at the city of Antwerp and what we think of SUMI. So, I want to start by pointing out that Antwerp is absolutely convinced that indicators are essential for a city. Antwerp has been working with indicators for more than 10 years. We have a public dashboard in which you can check indicators on a lot of interesting subjects, from education to health, and of course, mobility. You can look up numbers for the whole city or specific areas, we call them districts in our city. Out of the 150 indicators we have, more than 30 are about mobility. We have modal split, but I will talk about that later. Road allocation, for example, how much of our roads have which speed limits. Satisfaction about, for example, the amount of cycling paths, parking spots, or about availability of public transport. We know how much roads there are for pedestrians and cyclists, how much parking spots or charging points we have for cars, and so on. And what's also important is a percentage of people who have a multimodal hub in less than 5 or 50 minutes of walking or cycling. But of course, what about SUMI? For his presentation today, I was asked to focus on these three indicators. That's congestion, modal split, which was rather a parameter in SUMI 1, and the third one, I think it's not on this slide, but it's greenhouse gas emissions. So, first things first, I will start with congestion. This is the formula and definition to calculate the SUMI indicator congestion. I don't know how it looks for you, but for me it looks rather complex. And unfortunately, I can't give you the result for Antwerp. I can't give you the congestion and delay index for Antwerp. Please let me explain. Some of our remarks about this indicator. Firstly, quite a lot of data isn't available. It's the number of car trips during peak hours, car travel time during peak hours, or off-peak car travel time. And the data that is available about public transport is rather per line and not per area. So it's not possible to take conclusions on city level. What we do have is this, but it doesn't help for calculating the SUMI indicator congestion. We have traffic jam length in kilometers on main corridors, although that's Flemish data, regional data, not from the city. Congestion, by which we mean the time of traffic jams, for example, 30 minutes delay on main corridors, although that's also Flemish data, not from the city. And so public transport per line, not per area, and it's only for bus and tram, not for train, and it's an average. So then there is the second issue. In the definition, the focus lies on main road corridors, so no secondary roads. That means, for Antwerp, we could focus on, for example, the highways you see on this map. It's a screenshot of our website, Smart Ways to Antwerp, and it's taken on a regular Monday or early afternoon. As you can see, most of the highways are green, that means smooth traffic. But what we don't take into account, if you look at this, is all the secondary roads inside our city. This screenshot was taken at exactly the same time as the previous one, and as you can see, gives a different view of traffic in our city with more red and yellow roads. Last issue with the congestion indicator I would like to address is the clear fact that it's a complex model, which isn't easy to understand. And it builds further on other indicators or parameters, such as modal split, which makes any issues with modal split only bigger. But I will zoom in on that one immediately. To conclude this part about congestion, these are the three obvious remarks for the city of Antwerp. The data is not available or not available on city level. Secondary roads aren't included. It's a complex model building on, for example, modal split. Next thing I would like to address is modal split. This is the definition in SUMI. And we are able to calculate this indicator, although we have some issues with the data behind it. For passenger mobility, we have to look on a more regional level to Flemish data. Those numbers are hard to scale down to our city without facing statistical issues. For freight, we only have a part of the requested data, but let's first zoom in on the modal split we calculated in SUMI. That's this one. It's a modal split of 50-50, right on target for our city and our functional urban area. But let's take a closer look to the modal split result we calculated on a more detailed level with our own data. Let's start with personal travel and then talk about freight. So, for personal travel, we get a total different reality with big differences between target groups. These modal splits are calculated based on surveys with each more than 2,000 respondents. What you can see here is that leisure activities are mostly done on a smart way, with only 27% taking the car. For commuters, the modal split in 2020 was 43% car, 57% other modes of transport. For visitors, it's more or less 50-50. But by focusing on different target groups, we notice the most work has to be done in a functional urban area. There are still 60% of car users there, and we really think this gives a totally different and more relevant view on our modal split of, let's say, the city and the area around it. In SUMI, freight is also calculated. This could be our freight modal split, but as you can see on the bottom of the slide, it's only an educated guess. We actually don't know. We don't know how many trucks or cargo bikes with freight are moving around in the city of Antwerp. We simply don't have those numbers. What we do have is this. Port of Antwerp has a number of containers leaving the port via road, rail, and water. But once again, it gives a different view than our own guess or the SUMI indicator. Last indicator I would like to address very shortly is the greenhouse gas emissions. I won't dive into too deeply, but I can say we're able to calculate this SUMI indicator, and this is our result. It's 1.35 tons of CO2 per capita per year. But once again, it was hard and probably not entirely possible to calculate this number correctly. That's because some data wasn't available at all, some data wasn't available on city level, and yeah, we are still working with a complex model based on other parameters or indicators such as modal split, which I discussed before. So, to conclude, our recommendations. The recommendation of a city which has been working with indicators for over 10 years. So, do promote the use of indicators to monitor and evaluate the work that cities do. But assure cities own and understand these indicators both on a political and administrative level. And how to do that? By avoiding complex models and formulae. Keep it simple. By providing guidelines on sound methodologies to avoid flawed and unreliable data. By incorporating simple input indicators, for example, HR budget, and throughput indicators, for example, processes or governance. By involving national, regional levels, and for example, looking at a functional urban area. And I think by rebuilding the SUMI indicators bottom up, and we hope that will be the case with SUMI 2, of course. Thanks for your attention, and to be clear, it's no real kisses that are given, but my clear request to you all, keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting and honest feedback on the work done and the challenges ahead. Everybody knows this is not an easy piece of cake to make it happen. That's the whole idea behind. We are on a journey here together. So, Diana from Budapest, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Kimmer from BKK, Center for Budapest Transport. And today I will be talking about both a little bit about the whole monitoring system that we use and we are currently revising, and I will also go in depth with 2 of the indicators. So a little bit of history of our SUMP in Budapest, because the monitoring system is a very essential part of the SUMPs. The first transport system development plan was created in 2009. It was overlooked by the municipality and was created by an external designer company. Then we created in 2015 the Balázs-Mór plan, which was the first plan that was following principles of the SUMPs, but this plan only contained the objectives and the measures. And then in 2019, we have adopted a full SUMP, meaning that it both has the measures and the objectives, but also the monitoring system, for example. Since last year, we are currently in the phase of revising the SUMP, which is called the Budapest Mobility Plan, because even though it was adopted in 2019, most of the work was done in 2017 and 2018, so we felt a need to revise it. And hence, we are also revising the monitoring system. So one of the most important criteria for indicators is being smart. So have specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timed indicators. And the old monitoring system that we use or that we had in place were violating a few of these criteria. But I will come back to this in a moment. And first of all, I wanted to show you the goal matrix of the Budapest Mobility Plan, the SUMP of Budapest, because as I told you, the monitoring system has to be a very integrated part of the SUMPs as well. So first, we have to understand the goals that we have. You can see here that we have a sort of matrix made out of a 2-tier system, having the strategy goals on the first tier. So we have 3 different strategy goals, and then we have 4 intervention areas. Which in the intersects you can see the so-called operative objectives, and then the measures are linked to these operative objectives. So it came very handy to have this two-tier system of the goals, because guess what also has a two-tier system? The SUMI indicators. So here you can see on the right-hand side the old monitoring system and the different indicators. And the first problem that we have faced was that we have more than 300 indicators, which was neither specific nor relevant, and we didn't have the capacity to measure all of them. So we used to have a 5-tier system. On the 5th tier, we had indicators for different projects that we completely scrapped, because why it's very important to monitor projects, but it does not need to be done on the strategic level. It needs to be done at different parts of the company and at different parts of the investments, but it's for sure not something for the strategic level. So we completely scrapped that part. Then to measure our different measures, we decided not to use indicators, but because all of the measures are linked to different projects, we will see how far we are getting in those different measures by seeing how many projects we can sort of tick off and how many projects we have actually implemented. And then we were left with three levels, 3 tiers that we could sort of combine and arrive to the 2-tier system, which is the SUMI core and non-core indicator system. So here you can see how we linked the different indicators to the strategic objectives and the intervention areas. I highlighted with blue the SUMI indicators and with purple the other indicators, because why SUMI indicators are encompassing a lot of topics, but we felt the need to include some more indicators to properly monitor the strategic goals and the intervention areas that we have set out in our SUMP. So now I will go into detail with 2 indicators. Me as well, I will be talking about the modal split, but I think it will be very interesting to compare the 2 cities. So we actually did an extensive revision of our modal split indicator last year because we have faced some challenges. First and foremost, we do not have the digital capacity to calculate a modal split just yet, so we are actually using household surveys. We are piloting many different methodologies and digital tools to be able to get to the point where we do not need household surveys, but we still use surveying techniques. This doesn't mean that we don't have data on passenger numbers, on car numbers, on cyclists, but we are not confident enough to have a modal split number that is representative for the city itself. And unfortunately, for example, we have no data on pedestrians. So we are still using the surveying methods, for which reason we have also discussed not to have a modal split every year, not to calculate one every year, because it's a very robust number. To have even 2 percentage points of change, you need a lot of investment and a lot of work. So maybe it will be enough to calculate it only every second year, and then you can also be a little bit smarter about your financing. We also did some minor things, increasing the sample size, we revised the timing of the survey and the survey questions as well. But one of the key things is that we had a lot of conversations about what should be the metrics. If we should calculate modal split based on the length of the journeys or based on trip numbers. Because you can see it's not evident, you can get very different numbers, and this might be a recommendation for the modal split, to find a same metric. Because right now you can put different modal split numbers from different cities and they will look completely different, and you can really feel that the methodology behind is just not the same, and it's impossible to compare them. So while the data collection methodology can differ, and that's completely normal, but we have to have the same metrics for modal split across Europe. think I have some technical difficulties.
Pointed towards the screen. No?
I only have one slide left. Yes, thank you. Yes. So the other indicator is the access to mobility service indicator, which, if you have worked with the SUMI indicators, you will know that this indicator is quite complex to calculate, because the indicator, so the indicator basically measures, if you have not seen it yet, basically measures the accessibility to public transportation. But it takes two different layers. It takes frequency and distance as well. And we believe that we try to simplify this indicator a little bit, because it was just very, very complicated to calculate, and we had capacity issues. So we thought that the frequency layer is not that much needed, because when you measure, so basically here you can see a map where you take all the public transportation stops, draw a 500-meter circle around them, and calculate how many people live in that area. So this one only takes the distance layer, and we are not dealing with the frequency layer, because obviously in areas where you have a higher population density, frequency will be higher as well. So because these two variables correlate, this kind of controls for frequency. So therefore you can use this methodology. The frequency layer is also used to distinguish between backbone service and other services. So the indicator requires higher frequency for trams, trains, metros, and less frequency for buses. But we have a separate indicator for that. So we do the same kind of exercise that you can see here, but only for the backbone service, because we believe that it's very important to have these two indicators separately and have a generate idea on general accessibility to public transport, and then accessibility to the backbone services. Yeah, this is on my side, so thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. In the last testimony from Stella Altonen from Turku.
Yeah, nice to be here with all of you. I'm giving a presentation that is focused on project approach. So my name is Stella Altonen. I work for the city of Turku and coordinating two projects, Scale Up and USG. And this time I'm looking at the Scale Up project and how we address the different SUVI indicators in that context. So Scale Up project has been mentioned several times in here. What we are looking is combining the physical, user-friendliness and digital layers together with the cities of Antwerp and Madrid. So in there we looked at what are the measures in the project and how could we actually approach the different SUMI indicators and using that as a framework, partly as a framework for the project. In the case of the city of Turku, we have a lot of national level indicators that are maybe going back a bit. Yes, we're involved in a lot of national level indicators in greenhouse gas emissions and air quality, and also on models that are based on the national level calculations and also on surveys. So we, at that point, addressed the issue so that it's not enough of resources to tackle the SUMI indicators as a project, because the project outcomes don't really have an impact on those actual indicators indicated. We have a large cooperation on a national level with the 6 biggest cities in Finland, and that has been ongoing since 2004. And this is really important to raise because we have been a long tracking of indicator process and working together, and I've been partly involved on that for over the years. And what we wanted to this time look is the project indicators, so that they would actually look at the new needs to be addressed by the project measures. And this is also something that I'd like to raise in here, as previous speakers have been showcasing nice reference works for the evaluation. We don't unfortunately have that yet. So it's a good timing for us to look into these SUMI requests and how could we actually address this in the city of Turku. So what we found out when we were having reflections on the SUMI indicators is that, of course, as mentioned before, the comparison between different cities is really important and it gives us a European framework. And also somehow I would like to raise also some sort of a peer pressure could come from this system, which is also in favor of actually getting more measures in the future. And of course, these spreadsheets that provided are really a useful tool for us to use in the future. But what we are missing is that we would really need to consider the resources and the available manpower to do this all. So actually looking into how these are all related to the different commitments that we have as a city. For example, to the SECOP plans, to Covenant of Mayors indicators, and national and regional level indicators. And this needs to be clarified because there's a lot of indications, as referred to by my colleagues here, hundreds of indicators. So we really need to be careful on what we are putting the focus on. And what I'd like to bring is also the visibility of actually so that we can link the strategies and the measures towards actually getting some things done is really important. So bringing out to the public to see where we are with the indicators is really vital. What we reflect is that there's quite a lot of unavailable data on several of these indicators, especially in our case, like the previous speakers were addressing, and we need to have more resources to be focusing on this indicator work. As being a relatively small city of 190,000 inhabitants, we don't have the resources as the previous colleagues were addressing earlier. And then, of course, some of the data collections need larger surveys, and this has been really something that we really need to be justifying really carefully. But then I would like to address two different indicators that we it's a really fast machine here. So what I would like to address, one is that we have a Turku regional SAMP that was established in 2020, and this focuses on functional urban area with 13 different municipalities. And in this regional SAMP, we have indicators as part of the transport system category in the SAMP process, and what we have is some of them are partly compatible with the SUMI indicators, which is good, but some are not. And one of the things that is really compatible is the target under the safe and healthy traffic, which is the number of road deaths. And this is being followed already now. So the definition of road deaths is quite clear in here, and what we've also calculated is on the functional urban area, the same indicators, and addressing also the latest SUMI recommendation for including seriously injured as part of the calculation. So you can see them here. What we have as a follow-up system for the regional SAMP is that we have an online tool that you can also already see available data and how it has been evolved in different municipalities, and here you have a picture of how it's actually according to different model splits. So even a further detailed data is available on that. What I'd like to bring here is one of the, not the core indicators, but one of the indicators that is really functioning on the project levels is this multimodal integration. It's a way of showcasing that actually during the project scope lifetime, we are actually able to showcase a difference and a development, which is really important. So we calculated the index in 2021, and already now when we recalculated just for this presentation is that it has actually increased because of the bike sharing system has been added to these intersections that we are basing the calculations on. So actually this is really motivational, and what I'd like to bring as a closing one is good to have also easier indicators for the measures so that actually you are seeing the results on actual implementation taking place, because a lot of these complex indicators are actually years and years of work behind it and a complex set of measures, and you don't know what actually impacted what the most. So I'd really like to point out that having those indicators present also as a set that really motivate the practical workers is really, really vital. Thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting presentations. And I think we are open to questions from the audience and online as well. I think we can put a slide on the screen if there is already something in it. Yes, definitely. Yeah, of course, very technical questions for a technical topic. Anybody feels the urge to take one of the questions?
I would like to reply to the first question, which is about wouldn't it be better to have some more human-centered indicators that reflect quality of life? I think that is important, but I think it is something that is easier to discuss on a project level than on a city level. So we will certainly consider something like that for the Net Zero Cities for the evaluation of so-called pilot projects, which is a part of the initiative. But I think on the city level, it's a bit difficult to do this. No, so therefore, my suggestion would be to approach it this way, and maybe also as an idea for future SUMI generations. I think for the evaluation of projects, this is more relevant than on the city scale.
Maybe just one thing also for the first question, because I absolutely agree that not only the SUMI indicators, but most of the work we have to be more human-centric. But I think even some of the system-focused indicators can cater and provide to this question. So we have an indicator, for example, in our monitoring system. It's not a SUMI one, but it's another one that we have implemented, that is the livability of streets. And it's very subjective what you call livability, obviously, and we tackle it from what kind of data we have. But we will measure car traffic, and if it's a 30 kilometer per hour segment of the city, if we have bike lanes. So even if it's system focused, it has some elements of being human-centric. And another thing, again, something that we have added to the accessibility indicator is that the technological and digital accessibility, because in the SUMIs right now there is an accessibility indicator for physical accessibility, but we also have to think about digital accessibility and accessibility of applications and websites and so on and so forth.
So maybe for Antwerp also on the first one, we also have satisfaction, for example, which is, I think, important. We also see that people cycling are the most happy commuters, for example.
Indeed. I think if I may try to answer for the third and the fourth question, I mean, our idea, and I think what we hear the most is that we need to simplify. So at the moment, we are not considering expanding and adding more layers. Obviously, cities can and do collect data to fit their information needs, but from our perspective, from the Commission's and European perspective, we are definitely not in the way of adding more and more and more. We are trying to simplify and make it easier. So but that's also very important, and we saw the case of Antwerp, but actually it can definitely complement the knowledge and fine-tune and provide very important and helpful feedback for model share, for example, to know exactly the territory, what you're talking about, the groups you are talking about. But at our perspective, we are not expecting to go in that direction at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I can add one thing which has been mentioned before. As you have seen, some of the feedback from the cities has been also pointing out the challenges that have been there in the SUMI 1 phase. And I hope that not too many cities got afraid now from these presentations. And I just wanted to point out again, it is the objective now in the SUMI 2 project that we are revising the indicators based on the feedback that we've received. So what you have heard today is basically a fraction of the indicators as they were at the end of the SUMI 1 project. So we are taking this into account, and we're also having an internal body to discuss the revisions that are being done, and we hope that it will then be easier to calculate the indicators, but nevertheless we cannot just make it too simple, because otherwise the data becomes not relevant anymore, and the indicator as such. I mean, of course, for congestion, you can just say, there's the TomTom index, just use that. But the calculation methodology behind this wouldn't be valuable for you as a city when you only have data based on from Google that people use to travel in their private cars. It doesn't provide you any information about for example, on freight, which is becoming increasingly important in cities, on how to tackle freight transport. So we have to find a way to really arrive at meaningful data sets, and with the parameters included, that you also can draw conclusions from the calculation methodology. So if you look at, okay, why are we not performing well? The calculation methodology helps you to identify why the indicator score is low. So just on this background. There's a hand raised at the back. There's a microphone.
Thank you. Just to present myself, I'm Dirk Engels, working for transport and mobility in the SUMI 2 project. And I just want to illustrate a bit what Marcel just said in relation to one of the concerns expressed by the cities. In general, of course, I think I can speak on behalf of my colleagues also, and Marcel indicated it also, that yeah, we really are very happy with all the comments from the cities, because indeed, we all are convinced that we have to make indicators which are feasible, meaningful, and significant, but feasible also, of course. But I just want to go into one element mentioned here. In the advices, for instance, from the city of Antwerp, it was indicated that they really want to simplify things and also build indicators bottom up. And we had the example of the model split indicator, and I can give you this confidence maybe to the future, that for the moment this model split indicator will be an important indicator, and so we are happy that it is one of the core indicators, but we build it up bottom up. This means that we will focus, and there are little possibilities still that will be discussed with the cities further on, but we will focus on the modal share of trips. And why we do that also? Because this is what is more the type of data cities collect anyway. And of course, we have also the challenge there that in many cases, in many cities, these data are collected for different groups of people and different type of trips. For instance, separately for people go to work, separately for leisure, and things like that. And so we try to build up the indicator in line with this local experience to make it easy to fill it in and to come to a meaningful operator. I just want to add that as an extra example of the way we try to take into account the concerns of the cities. I think, yeah, that's really important. We have to do that, and otherwise we don't help the cities.
In the meantime, while the microphone is walking to the gentleman in the middle, I've seen the second question getting quite a lot of thumbs up on the screen. What about smaller and medium cities? And how they will have this expertise and resources to work with these indicators? Yes, definitely, that we are very much aware of this, that this is resource intensive, and obviously the whole thing as the same approach as for the sums. It should be tailored to the size of, and the complexity of the exercise goes together with the size of the city at the same time. So we will not be calculating for a smaller city all the different heavy complex indicators simply because probably you don't need them, and the benefits of getting them are not huge. And this also connects back to our earlier session this morning on the brainstorming on the support programs for cities, for SUMPs, for planning and implementing SUMPs. And the call we had heard over there at that session was that regional and national level, so the member states should organize and help and work together with their cities on their territories to understand and be able to plan and actually implement these plans as foreseen. So obviously this is a very, very, very strong message to bring home as well. But the question.
Hello. I have two short questions. The first one, it seems a very common theme that it's difficult at the municipal level to collect and calculate some of these indicators. I was wondering if there's something in place at the European level or part of the net zero cities level that's helping them facilitate that data collection or learn or pay for it. And the second question is, I forgot. So just one. Maybe it'll come back.
Okay, in terms of funding, yeah, it boils down to money at the end of the day. I mean, we are at the beginning of the process. I think I explained very briefly the stage approach we are following. So at this point in time, we did not mobilize tens of millions of euros to already do this, the funding. We want to have as a stable set of indicators with a normal set of methodology that's available, calculatable, obtainable reasonably at a reasonable cost and at a reasonable effort to most of the cities. And when we have this understanding, we will go and start testing it again. I mean, it's not testing really, but we will start populating it and still fine-tune if needed during the next year with the colleagues from Ruprecht Consult. And towards the second half and middle of next year, we plan to launch the first technical assistance call from CEF budget to actually start putting the system together in the 10T nodes. I mean, obviously, CEF is limited to the 10T, so this is one of the limitations. If you are an urban node, well, you are lucky. If you are not, you have to lobby your government to put you on the list. And yeah, that's it at the moment, and then I can't see further than 2024 for the time being. We will obviously continue. We plan to continue.
Will the SUMI 2 revision of the indicators try and systematically collect feedback from the cities that have tried and maybe had a difficult time or challenge with the SUMI 1 indicators? Or was that something you mentioned in a systematic way? Because it seems like the challenges are different for each city.
Exactly, but this is actually what has happened already in SUMI 1. We have had an extensive round of feedback collection mechanisms with the cities. We have done surveys, we have done meetings and workshops with the cities that have cooperated in the SUMI 1 project. We have collected all the feedback, analyzed it, and developed recommendations to be discussed with the European Commission, to be agreed upon now in the SUMI 2 project on what to take into account. So this process has taken place already, and of course, as I've mentioned earlier, this is what we are now taking into account in the revision process, the feedback from the 46 cities that have calculated indicators in SUMI 1. Yeah.
And I think this is it, because time is up for the session. So thank you everyone, thank you for the speakers again, and the participants for staying with us. And I wish you a good continuation and good lunch.
Jedna.
Autonomous active road users, we should have said. We should have said that. That would have got drawn.
Are you suggesting that this is not a sexy topic?
Well, yeah.
Maybe I do need to do a dance room.
Colleagues, shall we take a seat?
Yes. Any particular place?
Are you comfortable in the room? Did you have coffee? Great. All happy to participate to this session? A bit? Not at all? We will make it a very nice session. So, welcome everybody. Very happy to be with you this afternoon. Very happy to see a lot of old friends and new friends. We have a very nice theme for these urban mobility days this year. It's moving people and goods more sustainably. That's an important topic. It's also very much linked to road safety. We will discuss this afternoon, actually, road safety a lot. Vulnerable road users. This is a category of road users that are quite, that face quite a lot of challenge on roads, but also streets, of course. 70% of people having not very good experience there with fatalities. And out of this, pedestrian and cyclists are among the most affected. So that's why we decided today to really focus on active mode of transport, so really those who are making a lot of effort while they're enjoying the usual mobility or when they travel, like we are doing here in Brno. And so maybe the first comment that I want to make to you is we have no presentation for you. So you won't need to take any pictures. You will not have slides at the end of the session. But what I promise to you is that we will have a very interactive session. We prepared a lot with the colleagues here. So we will start very quickly, very soon. What I want to say before we go into the topic itself is that the event is also mainstream. We have a number of colleagues and people attending the session remotely, so you are also very much welcome. And we have also in the room a very nice lady from the University of Grasse that has a master in traffic planning. That is helping us with the minutes. Where is she? Very good. Very nice to have you with us. So, we'll start immediately. You see that actually for, well, quite a short panel, and we have just a little bit more than 1 hour, we have quite a number of experts around the table. Very happy that we have also some gender balance, so that's also very nice. We will try to tackle the topic from very different perspectives, from authorities' perspective, but also from association or also cities. And so we will try to understand what the challenges are to make our streets and our roads in urban environment safer, understand a little bit more the best practices, but I would also say trying to give maybe messages. And let's try to make something out of this session that we can bring home, you can bring home, and we also can bring home as authorities. So I would like to start with Tomáš Nerold. We are working very closely. Tomáš is responsible for road safety in the Ministry of Transport in the Czech Republic. And I have very few questions, but not nasty questions, but few questions for Tomáš. So the first one is, well, we were extremely pleased to see the Czech presidency picking up the topic of urban mobility. We know how much road safety is important for the minister, for the ministry. Why? maybe. The question is, why so? And maybe also, Tomasz, in your capacity, in your function, where you have to deal with national policies, how do you interact with the local level to help them to make road safety better? Please.
Thank you for the word, Claire. Hello, everyone. I'm glad that you're interested in the road safety part of urban mobility in this session, and I hope you're enjoying Brno and the conference itself. Back to your question. Well, from the road safety point of view, it is not only a trendy issue to deal with the vulnerable road users and with urban mobility. It is simply based on the evidence that we have. So if Claire has already mentioned that 70% of those people who die, which are the most severe incidents in road traffic in urban areas, are vulnerable road users. If I mention just briefly the figures to give you the idea how it goes in the Czech Republic, it is similar with the trend. So if we look at the data for the last decade, 30% of people, of all the fatalities in road traffic were in urban areas, so 30% fatalities in urban areas, even more than 50% of serious injuries, of all the serious injuries in road traffic happened in urban areas, in towns, in cities. So it is sometimes underestimated or overlooked by the public, even the decision makers in general. They imagine that road safety is something that happens when you go very fast on some road and you have a crash with maybe a car from the opposite direction. I'm just hinting at that simplified view of road safety. But actually, that's to put it, to make it shorter. This is clearly the reason why we need to focus on road safety in cities. We also have very ambitious goals for this decade. We have the ambition to lower by 50% the number of fatalities and the number of serious injuries. It is an EU goal as well as the Czech national target. And it is an ambitious goal. We need to have some strong instruments, and urban safety clearly is an area where we have a huge potential to lower the figures, but we need to get the towns, the cities to participate. Maybe last point why it's important from our perspective is that it is in line with the road safety has to be integrated in those sustainable urban mobility plans, or in general sustainable mobility strategies, because if we forget about it, then we don't have the synergic effect that is very positive, and we have the opportunity now.
So, Tomasz, I think it's a very nice transition. We can move from the Czech Republic to Oslo in this case, and then we go to the north. And so I would like to ask to Tina Ruonen, who is actually coordinator for the MOVE 21 project, and has actually a very strong experience of what is happening also at local level, maybe to give her perspective of what the challenges are, what the recipe. We know Oslo being quite successful in terms of having a clear vision and putting maybe also the means behind just the objective. So what is the right recipe?
What's the right recipe? Well, thank you very much for inviting me here and posing that important question. I'm not sure we have the recipe, but what we have is dedicated effort, a very systematic approach that we've been doing for decades. And we actually, the sort of road safety plans that we have, we do with a lot of stakeholders, both on a national level, but also NGOs. Research, we're very, very much focused on, it needs to be evidence-based. We are science-based. So it takes a concentrated effort. We do the plans. So we have 4-year plans, for example. Now I'm very happy, it's quite a recent development. We actually have a own road safety plan for children. So it's purely targeting minors. I think this is quite important. So it doesn't come easy. And every single sort of layer on the local level is involved, from the operational side, the technical experts, to the policy level. But I think we can really see, actually, the last, let's say, 6-7 years, there's been quite a radical change in terms of the way we see planning, urban planning and transport planning, and those are not, there's some big discussions between these two kind of domains. But also we are very much focused on measures. So for example, our agency who's responsible for, the Agency for Urban Environment, who's responsible for a lot of the things that are happening on the ground, they get measured every year. They need to have 100 implemented measures in place and reported every single calendar year. So we're doing quite a systematic approach in terms of road safety. I mean, it's a whole range of measures. I'm not sure if I should mention them now. Maybe we can go there later, but it's a concentrated effort, for sure.
I take it indeed that we have, like we have done, I'm also looking at my previous colleagues in charge of urban mobility, that we have bring together planning and mobility, and maybe we should bring a little bit more of safety in there. So maybe we move from the authorities to a national coordinator for cycling. So we have with us Jitka Bartlova. Did I spell it properly? I'm happy, very good. So to you, I would like to ask, well, maybe the challenges and also, you know, the recommendation you would like authorities to take into account, so that at the end of the day, an important part of the road users at city level feel more safe.
Thanks for the word, Claire. Yes, I will answer and start with something what was not said before, probably maybe in the earlier discussions. Why should we take care about the cyclists and pedestrians, about their safety? We call them often vulnerable users, but I would call them valuable, because if you look at the most common diseases today, the non-communicable diseases are the most frequent killers of the population, talking about the Europe. And the bad air is the worst enemy for our cities. And that's why we focused on this topic as well. We've been studying that for the last few years, and we had the chance to be the part of the European projects, Sabrina and Danube cycle plans, which started in 2020, and we have some studies going across Europe, in 9 countries across Europe, and it's very well seen how safety aspects are number one factor for promoting cycling. When talking about cycling and increasing the number of cyclists, it's always about, or at least a part of it, it's a safety aspect, the perceived safety. And you asked me about the recommendation for the cities. I would mention the principle, which is called, the audience might know it. It's the safety in numbers principle. What makes people safer is, in fact, it's more cyclists, more pedestrians in the cities. So support people to walk, support people to cycle. That's the best thing our cities can do, our cities and towns. Yeah, that was my answer.
Very good. So maybe we can cross-check with Geert van Waag. Yeah, great. Now we are discussing with the Federation for Pedestrian, actually. And what I want to ask you, because I thought that was a nice message, which is at the end of the day, we need probably to have more place for having more mobility mix, better reflected mobility mixed. So what is your perspective on that?
Well, we started off with talking about vulnerable road users, and I fully agree with Jitka. I mean, we don't like to talk about vulnerable road users because it's kind of a species that you need to protect. No, we want to have them in our cities. We just want to invite them, and it's very important that we make our cities so that we invite active road users, walkers, cyclists. On a side note, e-scooters I don't think is active mode, so we need to invite them. But on the other hand, we also need to think about people not so much in categories. So it's not that there are the pedestrians and there are the cyclists and there are the car drivers. And so if we do something for the pedestrians, we basically neglect the car drivers and we do better for the pedestrians or so. No, the thing is basically all of us are mobility users. And we want just to give people the possibility to take the more valuable way of moving. And so basically considering not taking the car. Sometimes you take the car when it's needed, but in many cases you can cycle, you can walk, and you can take public transport. So the city needs to invite people to, not invite those versus those, but invite people to use this mode. And how can you do that? Well, the first important thing, I think, is the speed. You mentioned safety is very important. I mean, if it's unsafe in the street, you're not going to cycle. You're not going to let your kids walk alone to school and those kind of things. So you need to have the 30 as default speed in urban areas is a given, I think. Secondly, it's about space, about reallocation of space. Maybe we have, I mean, if you build city for cars, you get cars. And so we have done that. And so now we basically need to take a few lanes and give a better use of them. So maybe a parking lane or a driving lane or something like that. You make them into cycle infrastructure, a better walking infrastructure. We also need to have good public transport. So if I can get everywhere walking and cycling and by public transport, then of course, then I will maybe not need a car. Maybe I'll take a shared car when I need to get to my aunt in the countryside or something like that. But it is important to have those three elements. We need to make the city also inviting with some green, with some chairs. I mean, especially for elderly people, they need to be able to sit. So if you want to have an inclusive city, you need to also to think about those things, about safe parking for bicycles. I mean, if I bike somewhere, I want to have my bike afterwards also. So, and then as a last point, I think we need to convince politicians and shop owners and the general public in that the city will not die if you don't allow cars in there, or if you don't allow so many cars in there. So, I mean, we see it in every place where majors have been a little bit brave and kind of took severe measures to kind of slow down on car traffic and things like that. Those mayors get re-elected, and those shop owners, those shops do not go bankrupt. On the contrary, generally spoken, it's very, very good for those cities. So, I mean, these are the 5 things where we really kind of need to think about, invite active road users to the city.
So, I see that in between having a strategy and having it to deliver within the first mandate, there's still a chance to then have also the vision being realized through a plan of action or a number of very concrete action. What I wanted to focus for our next interaction is a little bit the feedback from the Cycling Federation. We have started seeing, well, quite a number of disruption also due to COVID, no? With a lot of temporary measures. Now, in many cases, those have stayed. Is it the case everywhere? So, where are we, Philippe, with that?
Thanks for the question, Philip Amaral from the European Cyclist Federation. Well, the good news is that a lot of the temporary cycle infrastructure measures that we've tracked, and there were nearly 3,000 of them all around Europe, a lot of them have stayed permanent or on their way to becoming permanent. And this is really good because when it comes to a city making it safe for people to choose to cycle, having good cycling infrastructure, and what do I mean by that? Separated cycling lanes, especially on busy roads, good bike parking, lowered speed limits, etc., but especially cycling lanes. This is sort of one of the top indicators for a city that's safe for people to cycle. So what we've seen in various cities, for example, in Brussels, well, many of us know it because we travel from there, but I've been there for about 15 years, over 15 years, and when I started cycling there, I would not consider it very safe. But the Brussels Mobility took the advantage of pandemic lockdowns to accelerate plans they already had in place. So this is a key aspect of why certain cities have kept and even progressed more of their temporary cycling infrastructures, because they already had plans in place and they were able to usher those in. So actually a lot of what we're seeing in Brussels are what I would say European best practice. Another city in Paris, we all know Paris is turning into really a premier European cycling city. They have a plan Vélo, and in that plan is to build 180 kilometers of new cycle lanes. 50 of those are the Corona pistes, the temporary cycling infrastructure that they're going to build on. So I think what a lot of these cities saw is that they built it and people came and started using it, and it's very hard to take that away now because, as we see in Brussels and Paris and other cities, there are more and more cyclists, more and more people who are doing that. And I think what we haven't seen so much is, I mean, in some cases we've seen cities taking away or trying different things, and that's not altogether that bad. We think, if a city wasn't taking something away or trying something new, then probably they didn't do enough in the first place, didn't experiment in the first place, because what we saw during the lockdowns was this kind of tactical urbanism or experimentation on the streets. And I think, some of that is quite healthy to see what works best, so long as the city is operating with that kind of forward mentality and the intention to really bring out more of these valuable or desirable road users, people, who otherwise might be driving the car.
Many thanks, Philippe. We will come in a second to Pedro, but look a little bit at the discussion we have had so far. Is there maybe one aspect that has not been brought too much into the picture? So we discuss infrastructure, we discuss organizational support to a safer mobility, a more sustainable mobility. We discuss a bit behavior. What comes with the behavior? What comes to the behavior, Pedro?
Well, first of all, don't sit panelists in a sofa after lunch. You don't. Structural factors, don't lead to the best behavior. I'll try to be fast.
I can put you all there.
Yeah. We should all be standing. Anyway, so I think that there are 2 points that we need to make to put the challenge in perspective. One of them is we see Oslo reaching 0 in Helsinki, and Pontevedra has had 0 for 10 years, and we see Paris and Brussels and Berlin and Barcelona moving ahead and doing great stuff. That's what, 10, 20 cities, maybe a few more if we add the Dutch. Groningen, for example. But I mean, in the end, there are 800 European cities in the European Union. And that's the size of the challenge, because in many of those cities, there are political officials with very conservative agendas regarding mobility, or just because they're stuck with being satellite cities in big metropolitan areas where their voter base needs are car dependent. So that's a point that leads to the second issue that we need to put in perspective, is that political will. You were asking, well, what haven't we talked about yet? Well, here it is. 5 minutes into any discussion about road safety or sustainable mobility comes political will. The point is that we do need cities to lead. We do need political leadership, but political will is sometimes is treated as a magic solution. It doesn't work like that. Politicians don't put their career on the line without alone. I mean, some of them do, not the politicians in charge of the 800 European Union cities. So they need political cover. And the member states and the European Union should be providing them with political cover. What does that mean? Well, I've been working in Brussels, in the Brussels bubble, as they call it, for 3 years. And well, most of the discussions that we have are about funding and about regulations and about projects and deliverables. That's definitely important. But I can tell you that when I was working at the city level for 21 years, that wasn't the thing. The thing was, what is the European Commission saying we should be doing? The word of the European Commission, I can tell you, the word, take it from me, the word of the European Commission, the indications of the European Commission shape the perceptions and the opinions of politicians and officials about what we should be doing. And regarding that, I think that more than, I mean, obviously we need funding, etc., etc. There are 3 very quick points. Can I?
Quick?
Yes. 3 buttons that we should be pushing them again and again and again. One of them is about Vision Zero. I mean, Vision Zero isn't about magical thinking, and if you think about zero hard enough, you'll get it. No, it's about action, but it's about pushing the right levers. And the right levers here are the structural factors, and people have to understand that engineering, enforcement, and education, they must work together or they won't work. And just doing education because you don't have the courage to make structural changes doesn't work. So pushing for structural interventions is critical. The other point is that we need to get road safety out of the road safety ghetto. Road safety has to be put at the start and at the heart of sustainable mobility planning, because mobility has to be safe or it won't become sustainable. People won't walk and cycle more if it's dangerous, if it can kill them. They'll avoid it as much as they can, obviously. And finally, there's an issue about organizational capacity. If we require organizations, local governments and regional governments, to do things, new things, and to do them differently, we have to support them. And it's not enough to provide them with tools. I mean, what are we going to do with tools if we don't know how to use the tools, or if we don't even know what we want to build? So when we talk about education in road safety, just to finish, who should we be educating, really? Is it the general public, or should we be educating local officials, both political and others, about, for example, if you reduce car traffic and if you reduce the speeds, you don't get congestion. If you reduce access, you don't get the clients to go away.
So
these things should be educated.
We have one little tool that we are trying to use. Hopefully we will use it even more in the future, but we are trying to support exchange of best practices among countries, but also among the authorities within the countries. So that's very tiny project, tiny program, but the feedback that we are getting from those who are participating is quite good, actually. Because we can talk road safety on a very macro level, or we can go into the very nitty-gritty and try to understand how the different solutions are working really in practice. I was also thinking a little bit about enforcement. Nobody talked really about enforcement. Is someone willing to take the topic? It's
Yes.
easy for me, just the moderator, please.
I think it is a very important point, and I mean, and when you mention engineering, education, and enforcement, I mean, with education alone, you typically don't get there. Engineering helps a lot, but on the other hand, we should not say okay, the city first has to be re-engineered and then we can be safe. No, I mean, we don't have the budgets for that. So basically what we need at this moment is what I like to call education by enforcement. So basically, if you say you can drive at that speed and you're not enforcing it, people do what they get away with. So if you know that you can't get away with driving too fast, that's where you are. So enforcement is an extremely important aspect in there. I did some measurements of different speeds in different cities. In Oslo recently, in Brno this week, in Brussels, in Vienna. And I was a bit disappointed in Oslo that you allowed 40 kilometers an hour in a number of roads there, because I thought well, there should be 30 roads. And then I compared that profile with the 30 roads in Brussels and here and in Vienna, and actually you were driving slower in those 40 roads than we were in 30 roads. So kind of, I mean, the enforcement is very important, and I mean, in one of the little streets here in Brno, the fastest car, the fastest car that passes by was a police car at 49.5 kilometers an hour in a 30 zone. So, I mean, if the police itself doesn't do it already, you kind of have a problem. And that's what we see in many cities. I mean, I don't want to pick on Brno for that, by the way. You see it in many cities. So the people that can get away, the taxi drivers, they typically get the highest one because they warn each other.
I see that Tina wants to react, and also Tomasz.
Is it me? Okay, thank you. I wanted to actually react also to the talk, what you said about the politicians who need to want things. We had in Oslo had a change of government in 2015. Before that, we had 18 years of a conservative city government. And I think we really saw a step change in 2015 in terms of both, not only climate change, but sustainable mobility and road safety. And it was really quite remarkable. And today, and they have been re-elected, okay? So that you actually can get re-elected on an agenda which in itself is quite radical, because what they've said, and they've been very explicit about it, is people-centric planning. We need to get rid of the privileges that we've given to cars. And this is a big part of the political agenda, and it's radical. And it's actually even more radical where I come from, because we are quite proud in Oslo to call ourselves the world capital of electric vehicles, because we are. But if we just substitute all the fossil fuel vehicles with electric vehicles in Oslo, what have we done? Yeah? Not much. So it is a pretty radical agenda, and we're doing quite well. I have lots of numbers and examples of what we're doing. I'm not sure if I'm not going to go into all the details. Maybe I have time later. But so there is that will, and you get re-elected. So I think you need to have courage and a clear political agenda. And I think you'd be surprised what people are willing to kind of say yes to and accept. And I actually like to compare it to the smoking ban. I don't know which countries you come from and what type of smoking regulations you have. But 20 years ago, when we got a general smoking ban in Norway, everybody thought this is never going to work. What is this? Now nobody wants to go back. We sit and laugh at where people used to smoke, thinking that was crazy. And I think it's similar with the cars. If you start by asking people, do you want to get rid of the cars or privileges given to cars, they will always say no. So in a way, you need to have the courage to just go ahead, forge ahead, make the changes, show people, hey, this is how it can look like. See, there is space for you and your children. Maybe you can do better things than park your car over here. And by that, people are much more willing to kind of get on board the agenda. And actually, the fact that our city government got re-elected is an excellent, in a way, example of that. When it comes to speeding and speed limits, we have actually reduced the speed limits on 190 roads. It's a very arduous bureaucratic process, but we're trying. And I don't know if there's anybody from the National Public Roads Administration in Norway here. Maybe they're watching online. But we've actually tried to reduce the speed limits even further to 20, especially around schools, because we want to build what we call heart zones around schools. And we got a no. And it's not because they disagree with us, because everybody thinks this is a good idea, but it's because 20 is not in the rule book. It's not part of the criteria, so they have to kind of say no to us by default. So that's obviously a shortcoming. I mean, what are we doing? If everybody agrees this is a bad rule book, then we need to change it, right? Just a comment. Thank you.
Tomasz.
Thank you. I'd just like to elaborate a little bit on those challenges mentioned, and maybe to add a couple more. I think Pedro mentioned very correctly that there is hundreds, thousands of European towns, cities, municipalities, and while we see that development towards protecting the vulnerable or valuable or active, whatever you like, road users, to put it simple, cyclists, pedestrians mainly. Cities like Paris was mentioned, Brussels, of course, recently. In Spain, we can see, as our Spanish colleagues are monitoring, you can see really very effective, very efficient road safety results after they've implemented the zone 30 or the 30 kilometers per hour limit in the urban areas. Then let us maybe let me take you mentally back to Brno, for example, where we are now. So although Brno has quite effective public transport, we also there is a parallel fare here. Urbis, right? Our road safety department has a stand there, so we talk to people, and I've had discussions with quite many people, citizens of Brno, in the last hours here, and many of them tell me, I bike in Brno. Yes, I try to use the bicycle getting to work, but man, it's hell, you know. Like it is not easy. See, the infrastructure is not there. It's not happening really. It's a goal, it's a vision. But we lack the infrastructure, which is quite a lot of investment. Very correctly, you mentioned the political will, but the political will, the politicians don't do it just by themselves. They are not conservative because they are, you know, it's just their view. It's because their voters have that view. So you need public acceptance of the measures. And it is really, for example, in the Czech Republic, it is a bit different environment. Of course, the acceptance for those new modes of transport, those more active, is growing. But there is quite a big backlash at the same time, and it's not just enough to put a 30 speed limit sign if the people don't follow it. You need to get them on board, like so that they believe in it, which is another challenge. And the last one, which hasn't been mentioned yet, we also need to deal with the new personal mobility devices, which come with electromobility, so all these e-scooters, etc., which is happening widely now. It is in many ways a positive trend, but it is absolutely not regulated, and it's going much faster than we actually are able to put it in some box to really regulate what's happening there, and it as many more people are using it, it poses bigger and bigger road safety challenges.
You want to react? Jitka?
I fully agree with Tomasz. We have a election. We have local elections here coming in 3 days, 2 days now, 2 days. And transport and safety, road safety, is one of the hot topics, I must say. 2/3 or even more than 2/3 of people in Czechia in the recent survey, they had some experience with conflicts in between cyclists and drivers in Czechia. So 75% of them think that coexistence of cyclists and drivers in one infrastructure without any measures is either problematic or even critical. They call it even critical. So the support for building up the separated cycle tracks is very, very high. It's more than 50% here in this country. And comparing to the other countries, the situation is very different across the countries, of course. So I'm just talking about Czech Republic, and I can fully agree that this is one of the very, very hot topics, and discussing the measures, if they are safe or not safe, it is very, very now heavily discussed before the elections.
The good thing is that they are being discussed.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very strong starting point. Can we check a little bit in the room whether you have the one or the other comment to make or one other question to bring to the panelists? Martin. So you see what a lovely panel we have. We do it all. Martin Pichel, in charge of ITS in the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Claire. And thank you for contributions. I liked some of them, and I would have two comments. I liked the word integration of, let me say, users or groups. I think it's a very important issue, because to make the equal conditions for everyone to travel, including the safety, not only road safety, but safety in transport and public environment as well, it's very crucial. And this environment should be done according to the specific needs of every group of users, in order to create equal conditions and not to discriminate to everyone to be mobile and active. And concerning the zero and vision zero, yes, of course, it's unrealistic to achieve the zero as such, coming from the railway sector. So we have said that absolute safe situation is that there is no movement, and in this case there's no derailment, no crash, no accident, but this is not realistic. So what is most important is to take measures to minimize collisions, minimize dangerous situation, and to prevent such kind of dangers for everyone. And there are tools, of course, modern technology. This is our topic. We are involved. So both areas I consider important. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Maybe that makes me bring back to Thomas 2 seconds, because I think Pedro mentioned that the Commission should impose. We are trying also to help, the agenda being put forward by all the community together, which I think it's important. But so we incentivize a lot the country to adopt strategies, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Czech Republic is maybe among the few that, besides a vision, have also a very short-term action plan. So I'm being able to measure a bit, to see how this integration works very well. So how have the two tools been developed together? So was it easier to have the strategy and a bit more difficult to have the underlying measure to support the strategy adopted, or what is a bit your feedback, Thomas, on that?
Yeah, very good question, because in the end we need to take the action, which are the measures. So yes, we have implemented in our, we have integrated in our road safety strategy for this decade also an action plan, which is 2 years action plan. And for example, increasing the number of zone 30 areas in places with vulnerable, or where there is a increased number of vulnerable road users, is one of the measures. Also, speed is reducing speed is one of the priorities, and there are some specific measures like installing speed cameras in different areas, higher enforcement, etc., etc. What is the report? Where are we at? The action plan is there. It was 2 years, so this is already the second year. I think the measures were set correctly. I don't think they are ambitious enough to maybe fulfill the overall targets, but they would help quite significantly. But then the most difficult part where we are now is actually to deliver, to really do it. And in some cases it's happening. In some it's not 100%. And actually, for example, yeah, it's happening with the speed cameras in some areas. But what I would like to raise here is it is in some ways easier to get the central authorities to action in the end if it's a governmental policy than to get the municipalities involved. And now it's not me being critical of the municipalities from sitting there at the ministry. Rather, the problem is that it's actually difficult for us to communicate with them and to deliver the solution to them. I think someone has mentioned it before, maybe Pedro did, that we need to offer, especially to the smaller municipalities, we need to offer them analysis, their tools to have their road safety plan, and ideally also the solution. And I think this is a challenge for the national authority, which should help them. We're trying to develop a methodology or a kind of, let's say, recommendation how to create or a best practice kind of tool, how to have your local road safety strategy. But then it needs a lot of time to communicate it to the towns, and I think organizations like Polis can help here. Yeah.
Okay, the floor to Jitka, but maybe also to the room, because you probably have had even more time than I had to enjoy the urban mobility days. So, do you see that we have enough safety in these urban mobility plans? Is the topic well established, enough, mainstream? I don't remember who used that term. Is it really mainstreaming enough?
Or streamline.
Streamline, sorry, that's the word. The gentleman maybe first, you don't mind, Jitka? We take the gentleman and then we go back to you.
Well, answering to your question, Claire, is it sufficiently addressed here? No, I don't think so. I really like the comment from Pedro, I believe, to take safety out of the safety ghetto. I think yes, road safety plans are necessary. A safe system is of course the basis for this, but I also think we need to think in opportunities for road safety. Model shift contributes to road safety. ASAMP contributes to road safety. Climate efficient measures contribute to road safety. So for all of those that have safety on their plate, there's even more opportunities, also more budgets to tap into if we think in this perspective. And I think there's also a huge opportunity for the Commission here. There's a lot of momentum on the sustainable urban mobility planning. If we could also push a little bit of, well, the safety opportunity thinking in there, that would be very beneficial, well, to in the end, all of our European citizens.
Very good. That's for the minutes, dearest. We go back to Jitka.
Thanks. Many was said already. So just a quick point. Strategies, sustainable urban mobility plans were mentioned. I think it was my friend Paul Riley from European Investment Bank who said once, every strategy is just a piece of paper without people. And I'm very glad that we have the right people here in Czech Republic. We have national coordinator for safety, who is based on the Ministry of Transport, who is here with us. And we have cycling coordinator, and these people, they closely cooperate together. And the basis of that is two strategies, the safety strategy and then the urban and active mobility concept, which was adopted by the Czech government in 2021. And both these documents can be like a map of the coordination. And I think this is very, very important to say. I know that there are different attitudes in between cities towards the sustainable urban mobility plans. So, for example, Amsterdam doesn't have any and doesn't want any. But well, the people are those who make the measures, the people who are those who must be motivated. And I think all the, just to summarize, maybe that all the, this is maybe the main message of today's speech. And I'm very happy to be here with you and so that so many of you have come to listen to this topic.
That's really true. Actually, we are quite many. I had expected the attention maybe to be also on many other sessions. So that's great to see you all here. So we have been discussing a lot. We got a lot of questions, I see. Good. So maybe we start answering those. Cycling network. Are not consistent and rarely continuous. I think that this is one of the points we often get in our interaction with the stakeholders. In every city, is it patched at best, except in one particular city? Why? Do we need something else from the EU? Pedro, you wanted to comment a little bit on it.
Yes, thanks. You know, segregated bike lanes are the best and indispensable way to go in several parts of the road network of any city. But in the same way, in any city, you know, bike lanes are the proper solution for what? 15, 20% of the network. What do you do about the remaining 80% of the street network of a city? I mean, residential one-lane streets, or you can't put bike lanes there. Or you can put bike lanes everywhere, but you're never going to do it. It takes forever. And so this 80% of the network, what we need is to unlock it and to make sure that people are safe to walk and cycle there, also to use e-scooters, because the big problem with the e-scooters that they're riding on the sidewalks, well, it's just because it's not safe to ride them on the roadway. And so really reducing the speed in this 80% of the network is critical. There are two things I think that we have to keep in mind. Most of it, first of all, that all the discussions that we have about speed and speed limits in the transport sector, especially with the people who are not here, is that the ideas about and expectations about speed have been highly shaped and contaminated by, well, the billions of euros of marketing, poured in marketing by the automotive industry, selling fast cars as a sign of virility. But on the other hand, it's a historical fact. But on the other hand, by this utilitarian economic perspective of speed that has ruled the transport sector, where you want to reduce travel time. And when you talk with transport professionals, I mean, from their professional training, or also because they are also human beings who also watch television advertising, you know, you see a mix of this. And there's a final point I'd like to make about speed and enforcement, because, sorry to just pick it up, I think that there are two things that we must distinguish. You know, one of them is reducing, you know, imposing lower speed limits in the network reduces the average speed. It doesn't ensure that everybody will follow the speed limit. It reduces the average speed. That is good. Of course, but another important point is that it gives a clear direction to the other professionals that manage the network. Police, yes, so now they know what limits they should enforce, but also it provides a new design speed that should guide the decision-making, the everyday decision-making of traffic managers and the people running the network. So, because when the speed limit is 50, nobody will do a reduce a reduced curve radius because you can't do it. Nobody will put a raised crosswalk because you can't put it on a street with 50 km/h speed limit. If it's 30 km/h, then you should do it. And so that speed limit also serves to guide the everyday decisions that make and sustain the way the network works. So it's positive from that point of view, but it's not obviously a guarantee. Nothing is. There's no silver bullets.
What we have not discussed also, but maybe Philippe, because you have not taken so much of the floor, so I'll leave you come, and then I will bring a bit of a question on the safe system approach, if you don't mind. Please go ahead.
No, thanks for the chance. No, I think the person raised a really great question about two things. One is the importance of bike networks. So I think what we see in a lot of municipalities, the ones who, they build sort of set showpieces of cycling infrastructure, 200 meters of a beautiful bike lane, that starts nowhere and ends nowhere, and for which is really hard to get to, is just a waste of taxpayer money. It makes a nice photo op, but it doesn't do anything, and then they wonder why people don't use it. Unfortunately, still in my part of Brussels, I see a lot of this happening. Hopefully that's going to change, but I've also seen, really interesting pictures of painted bike lanes going over raised curbs, or bike lanes in the middle of really busy streets that would lead people to really dangerous situations. So I think two things. One is, I think, one thing the EU could be doing, if the EU really wants to accelerate cycling across the European Union, is to fund really good projects, and to fund projects that aim to build bike networks. So by that I mean identifying a dense set of streets in a city or municipality that enable people to get to the places where they need to go, usually in their daily lives, to the pharmacy, to the supermarket, to the schools, to places of work. And this doesn't necessarily need to be all the roads in the city, but a dense network of places where they can cycle safely. And this includes, implementing innovations for those quiet side streets. For example, in French, it's rue cyclable, or cycling streets, where by law, the person on the bicycle has the priority, has the right of way over the cars, and this is what encourages people. And secondly, I think it would be really valuable to have a set of EU standards on the quality bicycle infrastructure. Because another thing is, if we want to get more people cycling, which we do for all the reasons we know, for climate, for health, etc., we need more people cycling. That means more cycling infrastructure. That means cycling infrastructure that is predictable. Roadways for cars are predictable. You go anywhere in Europe, it's more or less the same. You know what to expect. For cycling, it's not the case. And so I think looking at the EU level, the Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive, where the European Commission has an ambition to provide guidance on quality requirements for cycling infrastructure. And I think this is a really good place to start, and which could hopefully guide the good projects that are being funded at the municipal level, and where you can start seeing a raising of standards. So I think that's really important.
So that's absolutely true, Philippe. It's not something that we have forgotten, but we will certainly come back to it in I guess, few months' time, with setting the right expert group and being able to tap into into the knowledge that has already been acquired also at local level. Gert, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I just want to pick up what the gentleman in the audience said earlier, that modal shift is road safety. And that's something which we too often forget. We focus on the people who get killed, but we don't focus on the risk we bring ourselves into the system. If I take my car to go from A to B, I'm a risk to all of you. If I walk or I cycle or I take public transport, the risk I add to the system is much, much lower. And okay, it's a kind of a very, very small risk, but we are 100,000, we are millions of people kind of moving around, so that's an important risk. So, I mean, much of the policies should be based from changing the model or getting this model shift just in order to have less danger put into the system. So that's a very important point you were making. Thank you for that.
Tina, you wanted to react?
I wanted to react. Thank you. I totally agree, and I think this is kind of like under-communicated in this debate so far. But I think we need to talk about it. And if you would ask me what is the single most important measure that you have in Oslo, in terms of road safety, I would say we're trying to reduce the overall car traffic. This is it. So we want to have more sustainable modes, and those are walking, cycling, and public transport. And we're doing pretty okay on that. So, but we need to have that conversation. It's always, well, often gets under-communicated, the fact that you need to be looking at overall car reduction, cars in traffic. And then there's a lot of range of other measures that you can do. For example, removing car parking space. That's usually very politicized and it's very unpopular usually. But we've actually gone to the drastic measure of removing over 5,000 places, car parking spots, just in a few years, in a city with 700,000. So it's a pretty lot. It's, you know, we're taking away a lot simply because we don't want to have the cars there to begin with. And it's about sustainability in the sort of climate environment sense, but it's also about road safety.
There was one question that I don't see anymore on the screen, and I would like Pedro maybe to react a little bit on it. It was about when we focus on the climate neutral city, are we not losing sight of the other many more cities in Europe that maybe need to do a lot of effort too? So, I mean, I think that this is an important question also because of the discussion we had today. Road safety does not affect certainly the one or the other cities. The trends are more or less the same everywhere. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah. I think the climate neutral cities mission is a great idea because if you go and check the research on the diffusion of innovations, you clearly see the important how innovations get diffused and the importance of having a strong set of early adopters that quickly turn into an early majority and so on and so forth. But let me give you a real story. So when I started doing traffic calming projects back in Lisbon where I worked at the time, you know, doing raised crosswalks, you can't do that. It's really dangerous. It's even more dangerous because the pedestrian will be hit higher by the car. Or reduce the curve radius. Oh my God, don't do that. It's going to be chaos and danger because a truck will go and hit the other cars. So we were at the time participating in a European project called FLOW. And FLOW was about modeling changes to improve conditions for pedestrians and whatever. And I lied. I lied to my colleagues in the traffic department and I told them, you know, we came up with a design right at the corner of the building of the traffic department. It had everything for 3 intersections. In a 100-meter radius, the project had everything that they didn't want to. Raised crosswalks, continuous sidewalks, reduced curve radius, bottlenecks. And I said, we have to do this because it's a European project. And we did it. And all the people who would say, you can't do continuous sidewalks, it's danger, they walk to it every day when they come to the office and they walk home. And they learned by experience, by seeing something that works, that you can do it. And so they started, those traffic calming measures started being multiplied everywhere. And so yes, it's very important to have a climate neutral cities mission. Yes, it can be very helpful if the participating cities really are into it and do their thing. Yes, if road safety is streamlined as a basic, indispensable pillar of sustainable mobility, and yes, if other cities get to travel and to check it on site and to talk to their colleagues and traffic engineer to traffic engineer ask, you know, weren't you afraid to do it? Well, yes, at the start, but, you know, then we did it and, you know, there's always some anecdotes. Diffusion of innovation is a social process. So you have to create opportunities for people to experience things, but also to talk about them with their peers. And so, yes, the climate neutral cities mission, if it doesn't turn out to be just, you know, one more funding line, but really an engine for innovation, to do what we know already we have to do, because the thing about road safety is that it's a public health problem. So the vaccine has been invented. What we have to do really is not, yeah, it's really to upscale the production and the distribution, and get people who don't believe in medicine also to take the vaccine. That's the challenge. I mean, I think we were very successful in it in the past 2-3 years. So we just have to do the same with road safety. Just.
Okay, let us take the question that I see. It's moving. I don't find it anymore. But someone was asking about if you were to recommend the one measure. And it's a little bit where I would like to bring you to, yeah, on top. Mr. Curious or Mrs. Curious, I don't know. Can we discuss a little bit, or can we share a bit what we used to call the safe system approach in road safety? What is the difference between trying to pick the one single measures and apply the safe system approach, maybe for the authorities, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to pick it up. Yeah, well, being from the road safety community, although we have been, our community has been labeled here a bit that we live in this ghetto, which I think is a good point to raise, although I don't completely agree. But it is a thought-provoking idea, which is good. So in our kind of perspective, and I think it's not only my perspective, but most of the road safety people or professionals, it is a system, really. You cannot, and you can see that in countries like Norway or other countries which are successful in the area of road safety. It is not, it is like you cannot gain the results with just one measure, but you need the safe system combining the infrastructure, of course, then the human factor addressed in many ways, enforcement, etc., and of course the vehicle safety. And it is our mantra, but it works. Like you know, only the combination works. But if I was asked concerning the again, the cyclists, pedestrians, how to protect them in urban areas, and I would have to pick one, I would say infrastructure. Infrastructure that is integrated in urban planning. So a kind of more long-term approach. It will not happen overnight, but I think it will bring the effect, because you can. This is not a soft kind of solution. It is something that really can separate in some areas the vulnerable road users from the cars. You can reduce the number of cars, which is of course the target, and it's clear even in our road safety strategy. It is clearly said that is in line with the SAMPs and the reduction of the car traffic in the cities. But you have to really build that infrastructure, which costs a lot of money and a lot of political will, I guess.
Oh, it's getting heated, and we have 9 minutes. So Gerd was queuing, then I have Philip, and then maybe a few words about a bit of budget nonetheless being put on the table for infrastructure. Please go ahead.
Very short. I fully agree with you. There is no one single bullet you can use. I think it's mainly, I mean, the one thing is a mindset. I mentioned already to make an inviting city, but also make an inclusive city. If you make a city which is at the size of that an 8-year-old can walk alone through the city, that a 90-year-old can, I mean, who doesn't hear that well, who doesn't see that well, and who doesn't jump that well as we can do, that a 90-year-old person can still be allowed on the street. If we have that as a mindset in the city, then it's going to be, for all of us, a great city.
Fully agree. Philip.
No, I think just what's the one thing that can be done to make it safe in a city for active road users? It's to do as much as possible to remove the most dangerous road using, and that's been alluded to already. It's to remove the car. I mean, isn't it ironic that our system is predominated by, you know, multi-ton vehicles that can travel, you know, 60 to 100 kilometers an hour and can be misdirected at the slightest touch and at the slightest distraction, rule our roads. So, I mean, if you want a city that's truly wants to make it safe for everybody who's living there, the number one priority has to be, even before putting nice cycling infrastructure, has to be how do we reduce the volume of cars in our city, remove that and free up that space, and then everything can follow. But I think and that's where the parallels with smoking comes in, because when you talk about reducing the volume of cars, of course, I'm indirectly talking about, you know, people's sense of independence to use the car, and why should I not use a car to go everywhere I want? And the crucial thing is, we're not saying we're not going to totally remove the cars. I mean, of course cars are valuable, and they get you to where you need to go, and they have their place. But just like for smoking, a lot of people said, well, why shouldn't I be able to smoke anywhere? We recognize that there is a sufficient and severe level of public risk at people smoking in public places, in our restaurants, and this warrants that governments take action, not to tell people you can't smoke at all, but to severely limit where you can. And that's happened, and that's led to wide-scale public health improvements. And I think looking at it at the same lens from a political leader to say, cars have a place in our society, but because we've built our places and our cities for the cars, they've raised a sufficient, severe level of public risk. We have to rein them in. We have to figure out other ways, or safer ways to move around. And that's going to mean, finding better means to get around and reducing the volume of cars because of this scale of this public risk.
Okay. I will probably take one last question from the screen, because I thought it might be a good one. Actually, Gert somehow already start discussing that, but we tend to have a lot of discussion and exchange and policy making around type of road users, not necessarily also for the age of the road users, which also bring another type of challenge, or maybe bring more challenge in some moment in a life, or more crucial challenges in some moment in a life. So we had question about statistics. Are we able to document a bit, the situation? Are we monitoring, evaluating? And then I have one question about children. So we discussed the elderly people, and then the question here is about are children needs well considered in mobility statistics? So maybe one or the other of you want to also react on that? Philippe.
Yeah, just to share an anecdote. I mean, I participated in Brussels recently in the Critical Mass, which is a version of the critical mass for families and kids, which is gather all the kids together and their caregivers and parents and others and parade around the city and mass together on bicycles. And I always talk about, and others do, look at safety through the lens of the child. If it's not safe to walk or cycle if you're 9 or 10 years old, yeah. But I realized this when my son was cycling behind me. Unfortunately, we were in a group, and we were on a pretty quiet service road, but he came this close to being doored, car door opening, and fortunately the circumstances avoided that, but made me realize that even from the best intentions of planning road safety, we're still looking at it through the eyes of adults. We're taller, we have more spatial awareness, we can react more quickly to dangers. But for children, it's a totally different situation. They are lower in the road, they're looking around every which way, they're not really paying attention to what's in front of them. They don't, it's difficult for them to spot those risky situations because just biologically they're not there yet. So I think that's really important when it comes to, how do we making our city safer, reducing the volume of cars, but then for where there are still cars and we're still planning the road networks, I think every road safety planner should have a 9 or 10-year-old on their team when they're going to go test things. Okay, let's go test it now, and with special permission from their parents, of course, and see how it is, because I think that's really a crucial level, and if you can make it safe for that age group, then the safety effects knock on for for other age groups. Yeah.
May I?
1 minute.
Yeah. I think, in the early 20th century and late 19th century, as you know, and for ages, the miners would bring canaries down to the mines because to detect the presence of toxic gases, because the canaries are so fragile that if they would, and the gases are invisible and have no smell, so it was the only way to alert them to the presence of toxic gases, of danger. And the elderly and children are the canaries of our street networks. And the way to see if the street network is safe is basically you look at the percentage of elderly killed, and you look at the lack of, to the high percentage of elderly killed and to the low percentage of children killed or injured. And why? Because obviously the access of kids to public space is ruled by the perception their parents have of the safety of walking or cycling, but walking mainly in the street. So if you don't see enough children getting injured, that's because their parents are keeping them away from the streets. I know it sounds weird, but just follow. And bear with me, yes. And the other point is because obviously the elderly don't have their parents to manage their access to the street, and often they live alone. They have no other solution rather than going to the street. And I was shocked when I first discovered, when we finished building our database of pedestrian crashes in Lisbon, I was shocked to find out that the elderly people, although they accounted for less than 25% of the population, even less if we would consider everybody coming in, commuting during the day, they still accounted for over 1/3 of deaths and serious injuries. And it's the same case in European city after European city after European city. And I'm just going to close with this, just to really put an image. And I remember I talked to the commander of the traffic police, and he would, and he brought a sergeant who was doing the investigations, and he told me, this sergeant, we go in and we try to find relatives for the victim, and often these are elderly people who shouldn't be walking around in the street, but because they live alone, they have no other option but to go into the jungle, to go for food or for medication or for whatever. And these people are the ones who have to cross the streets where we still allow cars to travel at 50 kilometers per hour or more. And so it's nice to talk about children, but let's not forget the elderly.
We did not.
Yeah.
We started with the elderly. So, can you imagine? We are already at the end. I'm super frustrated because I have many more questions for the panelists. I will not be able to table them right now. Maybe you have some more. So can we set a bit of a rendezvous? We have a road safety conference on the 8th of December. So if you cannot come to Brussels, don't worry. You will be able to follow it remotely. We will try to be even a bit more inclusive than I have done with a question from the audience or those attending remotely. I really want to thank the panelists. It's much easier when you are allowed to do a 5-7 minutes presentation and then have just a few questions. They have been on the grill for more than 1 hour. So maybe we can give a round of applause to them. So I hope you enjoyed, and I have taken note of my to-do. So I have my to-do list. We will make sure that this appears in the minutes of the session. If you have anything else you would like to send as a message to the Commission, you know where to find us. So take your chance. Thank you. Bye.
We're in Brno, the city of culture, science, sports, and extraordinary experiences. The city that isn't afraid to implement new technological innovations and ideas. The city where smart solutions are brought to life instead of only remaining as visions. Let's take a look at one such solution that is truly smart. We would like to present to you the European project Sea Roads. Project
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you here in the hall and also those who are connected online on this session with the title Smart Urban Mobility. This is the very important topic because covers different aspects. Also road safety, we could hear a lot of inspiring outcomes from the last session. Technology, but not only the technology. There are what is important in this area. It's a cooperation, and the cooperation must be settled. The vision must be transferred to the paper, to the strategy. This strategy must be commonly agreed, and after that must be realized. So it's a strong focus on the cooperation of different sectors. And I'm very happy that we have panelists who are from public and private sector, let me say. And let me first say who I am, my name, and then I will introduce our panelists. I'm Martin Pichl, and I'm from the Czech Ministry of Transport, head of ITS unit, and I was asked to moderate this session. Together with me, we have colleagues from my left, Edwin Mermans from province of North Brabant. It's a regional government in Netherlands. Then Mihaj Hirka, Transdev, public transport operator. Roman Nekula, Brněnské komunikace. It's a company dealing with road operation and maintenance here in Brno. And Pauline Ammonier from TIA. This is the operator of micromobility. This is the new trend we have on place and must take into account. So before I would give the floor to our panelists, let me briefly say how this session will be organized. So we will have introductory part. We will see the short introduction of every panelist, some of them having the video or slides. Then we will have 5 rounds of questions and answers, and after every round is completed, so you can raise the questions. Also, those who are connected remotely, you can use Slido and put your questions to our panelists. I would like to ask you to indicate to whom is the question addressed. It would be helpful to distribute the question to the right person. So in the question, every colleague panelist will have about 3 minutes and will provide us with the answer to the questions. We cooperated on it in advance, so I will read it and will ask everyone to give us the statement, the answer. And after the completion of this round, you will have the opportunity to ask panelists to raise questions. And at the end, we will have sum up with the help of colleagues from European Commission and Civitas project. So let's go for the introductory part. I would like to ask every panelist to shortly introduce name, organization, or institution, and what is the main responsibility you have. Thank you. So, Edwin.
My name is Edwin Mermans. I'm from the province of Noord-Brabant, which is a region in the south of the Netherlands. I'm doing international affairs at the Department of Mobility. And my main work is related to the transition to smart, sustainable, connected mobility, together also with our cities and industry and universities. And additional to that, also one of the reasons why I'm here, is I'm coordinating the so-called New Mobility Services Partnership, about which I will tell more later in this session, and that I coordinate together with my colleague Nina Nesterova. She's sitting on the front row there, from Breda University. More later about NMS.
Hello everybody, my name is Mihai Kirka. I'm the head of European Affairs at Transdev. Maybe you already know Transdev is a public transport operator or a mobility operator, because the specificity that we have at Transdev is that we operate 16 different transport means, starting from mass transit that you know you have. When you think to a public transport operator, you always have in mind a bus operator, but it's much more than that. 16 transport means starting from rail, light rail, heavy rail, buses, coaches, ferries, or cycling, and so on and so on. So today what we want to share with you, and we're going to share in the, just after, is the role of Transdev in changing the mobility, the public transport generally, and with a focus on the smart mobility.
Yeah, so, sorry, Mihai, I know that you have a wish to have a slide at this beginning. So may I ask you, our colleagues from the technical room, to put one slide on Transdev?
So, if I can take only 2 minutes to speak about public transport and the trends that we see in public transport. We know very well that the transport sector in general, the mobility, is accounting for 30% of greenhouse gas emission. So what's the problematic is that in the last years nothing changed when we speak about overall emission. Something new that we want to discuss about is to make the switch from emission to carbon footprint. More and more you're going to hear about electric bus, hydrogen, and so on and so on. It's nice to speak about zero emission transport means, but we also need to integrate what's the source. So this will be a debate maybe on what's the smart in sustainability. And what just I put there is the 5 more trends, major trends that we see in public transport. We're going to discuss about decarbonization, population aging, a very important and heavy problem that we need to deal with, new urban planning, digital mobility platform, and the autonomous vehicle. And not to spend too much time on all the 5 points, just to raise for you on the ITS, on the new mobility service, 3 different and very important acts of development that we put there. The first one is the mass transit. The mass transit is the backbone of the mobility. You can have whatever you want, but as long as we have that mass transport to move the big flow in the city, it's very difficult to have mobility. And the second is the flexibility. That can be discussed through micro-mobility, to shared mobility. Public transport was discussed yesterday. It's much more than buses. It's a new way of mobility. You need to put that in the public transport, all the shared mobility there. And the third trend to be discussed will be the application. What's the role of application? We're going to speak a lot about mass technology. It is important for which reason, what we can achieve with this technology. And I hope in the next question we're going to have time to discuss all this.
Thank you very much, Mihai, and thank you also for the short introduction of the topics we will discuss further. After introductory part, we will have a panel discussion with no presentations, no slides. So I hope that we will have inspiring discussion because of the exchange of views, and I am happy that we have panelists looking on the topic of smart urban mobility from different angles, and this is very important to have not only one and just only one view, but different views, and to come to the common solution. So the next panelist is Roman Nekula, and I would like to ask him, before to give him the floor, if he would like to put the video first, or at first you would like to introduce yourself, and after that you would show what you, and also I must say, and I know this story personally, you was realized in Brno, and thanks to the company of Brněnské komunikace, and especially Roman Nekula, you could see the cooperative IT system in Brno operating in the real life, as well several ITS systems and components.
I can show only shortly. I represent here the local city company, Brněnské komunikace, shortly BCom, which is in charge of managing and operating city roads, and also we managing the traffic on these roads. However, we are not afraid to think globally, but we act locally. As an example, I can mention our company involvement in a Czech pilot of European City C Roads project, within which we deployed one of the first complex CITS system in its kind in Europe, and which extends probably the largest one as well. So maybe it's better see the video.
I understand. Thank you, Roman. It would be also very good for the introduction and to make a picture what we are speaking about. So please show us the video of CITS in Brno. Thank you.
We're in Brno, the city of culture, science, sport, and extraordinary experiences. The city that isn't afraid to implement new technological innovations and ideas. The city where smart solutions are brought to life instead of only remaining as visions. Let's take a look at one such solution that is truly smart. We would like to present to you the European project C Roads. Project C Roads utilizes smart technologies that save lives. Its purpose is to improve safety and traffic in the city and on the roads, motorways, and railway crossings. These technologies can also provide information about traffic incidents before the driver even sees them. What does this new technology mean for you and all of us? And what can we expect to see in the near future? This is what we'll show you in the following demo tour. Right now, we're starting off at the Brno Exhibition Center. Let's go. In the past few years, vehicle autonomy has found its way into the crosshairs of tech companies, car manufacturers, and even everyday drivers like us. The C Roads project teaches cars to communicate with each other. With the help of cooperative intelligent transport systems and smart technologies, it utilizes direct car-to-car and car-to-infrastructure communications. This incorporates not only communication between vehicles, but also with traffic signs, railway crossings, vehicles integrated with the rescue and emergency system, and traffic lights. You know that feeling when you hear a fire truck approaching and you try to get out of the way, but you aren't sure where it's coming from? And all you can think about is if you slow them down, you could reduce the amount of time they have to save a life? Let's take a look at the emergency vehicles and assess the situation from the fire truck's point of view, as well as our own as drivers. Two factors, visibility and passability. On our driver infotainment system, we see the fire truck coming closer. Thanks to the C Roads project solution and car-to-infrastructure communication, the fire truck is given preference at intersections. This means that it's given more room to pass, which can significantly shorten its arrival time. When it comes to saving lives and property, every second counts. Now let's take a look at some of the other uses of the C Roads project, a frequently dangerous and accident-inducing situation. A city public bus has stopped at a bus stop. Passengers are getting off, while cars are passing by parallel to the bus. There have already been so many tragic accidents where drivers didn't give the pedestrians the right of way as they stepped onto the street. Here the technology displays public transport vehicle at stop on the infotainment system, alerting us drivers of the possible situation. This is a perfect example of car-to-city transport vehicle communication. Another unsafe situation that unfortunately happens much more often is accidents between trams and vehicles. Don't forget that a tram weighs several tons, is full of passengers, and is unable to come to an immediate stop. The C Roads technology project can help here as well, alerting the driver of an upcoming tram crossing. And what about taking your foot off the gas, or reducing speeds due to roadwork, vehicle repairs, or easing a traffic situation? It's not just about issuing tickets and chasing down drivers. Trust us, reducing speeds not only protects road workers, it also protects slower maintenance vehicles and slower drivers in front of you. Let's take a look at a situation not only from the road worker's point of view, but ours as well. I'm driving, I have a powerful car, and there is roadwork going on in front of me. Thanks to the C Roads project solution, I receive a warning that the road is being worked on ahead and to reduce my speed, all with enough time for me to react. The maintenance vehicles pass the information along to my vehicle. I slow down and no longer threaten myself, the road workers, or other drivers. The result is not only more smooth traffic, but also safer road repairs on the streets and motorways. Now we're almost at the end, so what can we expect for the future? To teach cars and more to mutually communicate, to utilize vehicles' infotainment systems and mobile applications when handling similar situations. And if the C Roads project solution helps us, as drivers, remain focused on the roads and to improve clarity and road safety, and to save lives, then this future is more than useful. C Roads fulfills this vision.
Thank you for the video. And we have Pauline Aymonier from TR Mobility. This is the operator of the, I would say, new kind of transport, and we will tackle this point in our questions in answer. And sorry, Pauline, I don't remember properly if you would like to show the slide now or after some
Sure,
questions.
now works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please place the slide for Pauline.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Pauline. I'm the head of Central Public Policy at TIR for Smart and Sustainable City, which means that I lead all our EU and national policy work related to data, mass, smart city sustainability. So for those of you who may not know TIR, we are a leading multimodal micromobility and shared mobility operator. We operate a fleet of e-bikes, e-scooters, but also pedal bikes, e-cargo bikes in, well, over 200 cities and plus 20 markets. We are also an official member of the European Commission's expert group on multimodal digital mobility services. So you can see that ITS and MaaS, for example, are topics that are very core to our business. And essentially, well, perhaps you're wondering why am I here talking to you today? As it was described already, TIR is considered one of those new mobility, new smart modes. And as I see it, we are essentially an ITS by nature, really. And I would say we're ITS kind of in two ways. The first way, we are an intelligent transport service. What I mean with that is that all our vehicles are integrated with smart functionalities, with IoT, that allows us to collect data to really understand mobility habits and usage, and to make sure that the way we deploy our services is really based on that local understanding of mobility demand, right? This for me is really the first contribution or participation that we have as an ITS. The second way I would say is as an intelligent transport system. And what I mean with this is, as I said, because we collect data, mobility habits, mobility usage, we are able to share this data with cities, with public transport authorities, in order to really shed light on what the new mobility needs are today, especially in a post-COVID world, right? So we really try to share this data in order to inform and future-proof the definition of tomorrow's sustainable transport. So yeah, I think with all of this, thanks to technology, our really sort of core mission is to try and change mobility for good, to drive the sustainable mobility transition, and doing that notably by shaping sustainable urban environments, by reducing urban car dependency, but also acting, of course, as an extended arm to public transport. So yeah, a lot to be discussed today.
Yeah, thank you, Pauline. And as you can see, dear participants, so we have very good composed this panel, because we have a representative dealing with regional policy, who is setting up some visions and goals to be implemented into reality. We have a public transport operator, the traditional one, which is dealing with railways, trains, buses, as you know from the daily life. But also from the new trends of mobility. This is the new mode, micro-mobility. And so we must take into account also the infrastructure. And Roman is from the company dealing with the operation and maintenance of the street infrastructure. So we cover all aspects. We will discuss later and when. So I think that this is the time for questions, and let's go for the first round. So what the lessons you consider you have so far from deploying of ITS services? We have heard about the technologies, but it is the technology only, or this is some broad context, and as we can see the change of human mind and also needs, and what is needed for the providing of such kind of services, sharing data we have heard, and also cooperation among different sectors. So Edwin, what would you answer to this question? So what is your view?
I always can talk about that for a few hours, but I'll keep it short. I will give the example what we are doing in the south of the Netherlands. As I said, I'm from the regional government of Noord-Brabant, and together also with our national ministry, a neighboring province, with our biggest cities and industry and universities, we work in a so-called Smart Waste program. If we can forget the name immediately, but it's a 10-year program with a budget of 1.2 billion euros, not only to build infrastructure, but also to boost the implementation of smart mobility. And the purpose there is make better use of the existing infrastructure. Because of environmental and political reasons, no way that we can widen motorways, and in the cities it's already full. So one of the goals of this program is just really to mainstream all kinds of smart mobility solutions. And of course, if you have a budget like that, you can experiment. And if you have a time horizon of 10 years, you don't know what is there in 10 years. The developments go fast. Also, complexity for us as a government is large. We already have national, local and regional governments working together. That is sometimes big fun. And then additional to that, all the other stakeholders, all the barriers, and then the complexity of fast technological developments. So that means you need a really different approach of organizing that. And that is a challenge as such. And that's really interesting because we never done it like that, but it works. First, the essential thing is that you really need partnership. When you work with industry, universities, all kinds of governments, everyone has their own agenda. You need to develop a common agenda. There it starts, that you just work on one goal and trust each other. This is also critical, that there is trust, and then you get something somewhere. Now, before I talk for 2 hours, this is the essence of the Smart Waste program, and what we think that is a way as governments to tackle this complexity of this transformation.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with you, Edwin. What is crucial is to set up some vision among a lot of stakeholders, and to formulate how it looks like, and to make different. Maybe at the beginning it could be considered that there are different views, but at the end you would realize, no, we are on the same track, but we are using the different words or terms, and it's very important, because if this approach is taken, then you have a policy strategy which is accepted by administration, also by public transport operators, road operators, and the industry, and everyone is clear what should be done in the future. Yeah, it's a perfect shift to the Mihai and the view of the transport operator.
So, public transport, again, the sector that I'm defending. In the last 2 days, if you were here for a lot of sessions, you heard sometimes opposing car to public transport. It's something that I'm not doing today, and Transdev we are not doing that. Very simple, because you cannot ask people to take public transport if they don't have public transport, or if they don't have the choice to do that. If a bus is passing every 2 hours, it's not a choice for them. So the question is how to bring public transport there in order to give people being forced to take a car that choice. I'll give a point to be discussed. The price of the fuel exploded, and we don't have the modal shift. So people are not taking public transport because very often they don't have the choice. And people who take the public transport are almost always the same. So the question will be, can we do something with technology? Yes and no. If you live in Paris and the transport network is full, and you take a bus, it's full, you can have the best mass application you want, the bus is full. What we want is an extra bus. But if you live in suburban area, and I'm going slowly to that, and your bus is passing every hour, maybe it's better to have that better connection through the digitalization. So yes, digitalization is part of the solution to have a better connection, with the small point that the physical connection between transport means to be there. So when we discuss with our passenger what they want, of course they want to know if the transport it's on time, but knowing that the bus is late, it's having access to information, but it's not changing the way that you use that transport. So we need to go on the both path in parallel, improving transport means and having that digitalization that we are looking to have. So very shortly, Transdev is developing, of course, the transport offer as possible as it's in the hand of public transport operator, because it's not the public transport operator who decide the offer general. We are responding to an authority. Maybe the answer and what we need to collaborate more is to have that political way to have that switch from public transport authorities to mobility authorities. So to have overall approach on how to everything integrate, being micromobility, being mass transit, being parking, and so on, with the new digitalization tools.
Thank you. So you pointed several important points. So connection, not only physical, but also data connectivity, digital layer, to also shift in mind when we are transfer from the world transport to the world of mobility, because it's more complex, and this is the new concept to which reacts so public transport operators, road operators, to offer the best service which is demanded by the citizens, by the customers. Yeah, so public transport operator, and what about the road operator? What lessons you have learned so far? And I know that in Brno it's many cases. So.
I can say that it's difficult that in Brno it's not only one owner of the roads, state, region, and city, and it's necessary communicate. For instance, we have very good cooperation with the Road and Motorway Directorate, and it's necessary to have good data. We operate the Traffic Management Center and Information Center, but some part of this we take from National Information Center, from Road and Motorway Directorate, and we also collaborate with public transport authorities, companies. And for instance, all vehicles in Brno are equipped with CITS. Yes, it's very fine that it's because we are responsible for infrastructure, but cars or public transport is different one. But we have very good collaboration. We can see also that we collaborate with firefighters. Yes, it's the number of equipped vehicles is continuously increasing, and for me it's important to have some platform when we can combine this data. Not only from operator, it's clear that it is not possible to manage the transport only in the city. We must collaborate around the city. We know that from mobile operator, from big data, that daily movement is around 100,000 people. It's enough for me. Yeah, so we need some cooperation.
Thank you, Roman. So again, we have heard about the necessity of cooperation. The technology is good and is a tool, but what is necessary to look for is cooperation, to have at the end a good team, cooperative team, to set up not only strategies but also guidance, methodology, how to put the vision into the practice, and this will be the next question. And we have heard also about data. So every public transport vehicle in Brno, and I'm speaking about the city, but this is the question if only we can consider or should consider the city, and we have the urban mobility, but what about the suburban areas? So it's equipped with CITS, that means the data receiving, data transmitting. So this is very important for the management and control, because if I don't know what is going on the traffic scene, so I don't know that something is wrong, and I shall take some measures to correct this situation into the normal status. And what about the new mode of transport, Pauline? What lessons you have learned?
Sure. I mean, wide question, right? What
Yes.
lessons learned? We're a fairly new industry. We've been operating for, well, TIR for 3 years, but I think I would probably need the full hour-and-a-half session to lay out all the lessons learned. I definitely relate to some of the points that were made before, and I think I can only emphasize on the importance of public-private collaboration. It's absolutely true that the best practices that we can see in all the cities where we operate, where we've really had the biggest impact on sustainability and safety, has consistently happened where we had great relationship with the city, and that there was a true political will to generate the impact that that we can have from our services. So I of course relate with that, and I think one issue with that lesson learned is that unfortunately it's not always been the case. What we see with micromobility as a new tech smart mode is that we've tended as an industry to be regulated in a siloed manner. And I fully agree that this also stems from a legacy of our transport authorities, where we're not looking at the holistic kind of multimodal picture, but very much at mode separately, which is a transport legacy, right? So I think that the lesson learned is that we really want to showcase the role that we can have to play in multimodal transport. That also goes through data, right? Data is for us a way to really indicate where are the interlinks with public transport, where does it make sense to implement multimodal mobility hubs, what are the most commonly used routes that could require safer cycling infrastructure. So I think for us this is really the main lessons learned, that we need to have more collaboration with our fellow transport modes, also with the cities, to make sure that we have this more holistic and multimodal view of intelligent transport systems overall, really.
Mm-hmm. If I correctly understood, so nowadays it's considered this mode of transport, micromobility, as something for fun. And what's important to integrate this new transport mode into the public transport system as such, and to offer this opportunity for passengers, for citizens to use this kind of transport, maybe for the first or the last mile to the public transport hub. Yeah, thank you. And now it's time for questions. I can see the question from the Slido, and at first I would like to give the opportunity to participants here in the room. If someone would like to raise the question, yes, please. So.
Thank you very much. Very interesting conversations for today and also this session. What I would like to ask, we speak of smart mobility. It was December 2020, on the 9th of December, the European Commission published Smart and Sustainable Mobility Strategy. A part of the document was drones, a third dimension in urban mobility. I understand that all the European cities are quite busy nowadays with their everyday challenges, but here we saw a forecast or a perspective for the next 10 years. When we speak of 10 years, what do you think, what is the role of drones, unmanned aircraft, and air transportation in the mobility, in the smart mobility of European cities?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this question. As I understood, your concern is about drones and how to integrate air transport into the city public transport system as such. I personally know and could see on my own eyes that there are cities, or maybe only one city in the world, which is providing and offering this kind of service. But there are a lot of, I would say, barriers or challenges how to organize this kind of transport to be safe and to be fully integrated. So this question is addressing mostly to the European Commission representatives. So no one from us is from European Commission, and because of that, it's easy to give you answer from us. Would you have an opinion or some answer to this question? But it's really difficult because you know, it's about air traffic. You have commercial airlines corridors. You have areas which is at which or above which is restricted to flight. You must prepare infrastructure and so on, so on. This is not the question to be solved within a very short time, but must be planned. The framework, also legal, and also the technical infrastructure must be prepared and proved before the real operation. So I cannot give you the proper answer to your question, and will leave it for European Commission representatives. So. Yeah, Mihai would...
Yes, but I really want to pick on this question. Transdev is transporting 7 million of passengers by day. 7 million by day. One of the keyword that I'm gonna pick is affordability. So public transport, it's transporting people. That is not only about public transport, it's much more than that. It's giving people possibility to have a job because they have access to the mobility and so on, so on. So if it's for sure, if we speak separately about transporting people and as transporting goods by drones, it will be two separate discussions. But if it's to create a specific mean of transport for the few, it's for sure that Transdev will not operate this kind of public transport. So we are not operating only mass transport, we are also operating shared mobility in sparse area, I would say, but we try to touch as much people as possible. So affordability in these times it's important. So transport is for everybody, not for the few.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I can see the gentleman under the sector A raise the hand, and then.
Yes, thank you. I'm Mutku from the Metropole Amsterdam. Relatively new to the field of smart mobility, so orientating a lot. But what I hear a lot is the concept of hubs, smart hubs, any kind of hubs, which is still a bit vague to me. So for me, it's kind of a buzzword at the moment. I was just wondering how the panel looks to the concept of hubs. Is it something we should really invest in, or is it something? Yeah, just your view on it. I'm very curious. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I think that there is no one unified answer to this question, because it depends on the condition of every country, because of the history and some features of mobility from the past, and the condition of every city in the country. Yeah, and the hub can be considered differently. So if I may say some example, or I can give the floor to Roman Nicola from Brno. It's a railway station, for example, or regional bus station, at which you can transfer the regional train or long distance train or bus to the public transport vehicle. Yeah, so this is the definition of hub or multi-mobility hub, but the smart hub should provide some services, and this is the new trend, and I would say new kind of activities. So in Prague, in Brno, in Ostrava, differently, but what is the goal for these activities? Also to receive some feedback from passengers, from citizens, because if you say, look, people, there is a strategy, this is the 50 pages of paper, what would you say on this concept? You will receive no answer, or almost no answer. And it's better to offer some service and to monitor what's the feedback of the passengers, what they would like to add or what they would like to change in this service or in this system. So, of course, I cannot give you the unified answer, but if my colleagues, panelists, would give you some points to this.
I'm happy to comment.
Yes.
So in terms, I can't comment too much in terms of the smart hubs and the super fancy techie option that we can imagine, because we haven't yet integrated in that. I do think though that, you know, longer term, I do see those kind of hubs more as an opportunity to reallocate space usage, to actually create more community-centered streets. When we shift away from the paradigm, away from car-centric cities, I do think that such hubs would have a role to play. Now again, I'm really talking long-term and hypothetically. In terms of what we have done though, we do integrate in various cities in not necessarily very tech-focused, but multimodal hubs. So again, in order to really incentivize, encourage users to leave their car and to provide them with multimodal solutions to go from A to B. We have done this, for example, in Hamburg, where we've partnered with the local PTA to develop such multimodal hubs, especially in the in city areas and the city's outskirts that can be considered as underserved by public transport. We've also integrated in Berlin in the many mobility hubs that YLB has created, again with this intention to really create more multimodality. We still don't have the data to prove whether this has actually had an impact on generating more multimodal traffic, but I really hope to be able to bring you more information in the next few months on that.
Thank you, Pauline. So we have questions from Slido, and from the last displayed questions. So I realized that a lot of questions are dealing with data. With sharing data, now we can see the GDPR issue. If this is the real barrier for smart cities, I think not at all in all cases, because data are in most cases anonymized, or if it's some service provided to the customers, they agree that data will be handled by the operator. So I think this is not a major barrier. Of course, in some cases could be or must be handled. But I can see the very good questions concerning data and micromobility. Of course, micromobility is not for fun, but what I have said, this is the current opinion of the most public. So they could see the scooter, and I can go from point A to B, but not regularly every day. And this is also the process, the social process, how to change the mind and how to integrate the micromobility in the public transport system, as everyone can consider. And Pauline, would you have experienced that the data from micromobility was used from the city hall, from the city company for planning or for some work with those data?
Sure, I'm happy to. So a couple of examples. I think one main example is really parking. As you know, parking is a big topic when it comes to well, integrating new mobility modes into our actual cityscapes, right? And this is really an area where our data, which really showcases where the demand lies in the city, can help. So we've partnered, for example, with a couple of cities in France in order to help them lay out their parking network for micromobility in the city based on areas where we can ensure that our services will be used and will actually generate, once again, the environmental impact that we want to create, really. So I think parking has really been a key element. Another thing also is first and last mile. Typically, we've done research recently in the city of Oslo and found out that 47% of our rides were used for first and last mile to connect with public transport. So typically, these are the types of actual technical data points analyses that we want to run with cities in order to have them better understand the usage of our services. Now, I also want to extend this point to cities and to public transport operators in the sense that I do think there's a lot we can do, but there's a lot of use cases that we're not actually aware of yet. We can overlay our data with data that comes from public transport operators that can create much more value add insights that we don't know yet. So there's still a lot of potential, I think, to tap into.
Thank you, Pauline. So looking to my watch, we must a little bit speed up because we have 3 questions in front of us. So the second question, and many of you partially answered to this, is dealing with the policy, with the strategy, with the objectives which are written in this policy. And the question is, how can better integrate the policy objectives at local, but from the European level to the local one, in development of ITS services. And so some guiding sub-question would be, how can we ensure that ITS services promote sustainable options? So, Edwin?
Perhaps I can just keep it practical in this case, because also here an example, as a regional government we are responsible for procurement of public transport. Already several years ago we noticed that 80% of our budget and subsidies is going to empty buses, so we wanted to do that better, and that is related to sustainable goals also. So we did, our public transport innovation team decided to do things different, take a different role as a government and use also the procurement to boost smart and connected mobility and shared mobility. So not only 5-6 years ago they said to the market, what do you have? Procurement usually is a tender, and then for 10 years Transdev or Arriva gets can ride buses for 10 years in a specific area. And this time we were starting a dialogue, not only with industry but also with citizens. Just trying to understand as a government, what do you want? Because 80% of the budget to empty buses in the evening hours or to the remote villages, that is a waste of money, and we want better services for the people. We want to have our cities better and greener and cleaner. And the developments in industry, like you told, also they're going very fast, and we don't know what it will look like in 10 years. So we also started the dialogue with industry. How do you want us to procure? We had old school procurement procedures as a regional government, but this cannot be done how it was always done. So we started also a dialogue about that, not only to have a procurement about bus lines, but and all kind of micro-mobility and shared on-demand mobility services with shared electric cars, with shared electric bikes and normal bikes and whatever. But also taking into account that in 10 years there will be developments that no one is thinking of right now. So in this innovation, in this procurement, we also included innovation. This is all new. We didn't do that before. So that's why this long-term dialogue of a few years with the people and the main stakeholders and industry. And that is now resulting in hubs. I mean, one of the solutions is, of course, building everywhere in the region where there are bus stations, smart mobility hubs with all those services. But it is an ongoing process because it is really difficult. And we need to do that in learning by doing approach. So there is there are not only sustainability goals involved, but also better services to the people, inclusion, better use of space in cities, and more effective use of taxpayers' money. I'd like to talk 1 hour more about it,
yes.
but I will not do it.
No, so our time is limited, so you are listening the needs during these consultations and dialogues, and you are transferring those needs into the, in this case, public transport procurements or to the projects which will be implemented into reality. Yes, this is the one way how to ensure this parameter into the reality. Mihai?
So thank you for remembering that public transport operation is as a response of collaboration between the authority and the public transport. So what completely changed lately exactly is that consultation with the citizen. So having this trio, I would say, it's possible to bring what exactly the need are on the ground. But I go a little bit back to sustainable goal, Fit for 55. So we decided all together that for 2030 we should reduce by at least 55% the greenhouse gas emission. So saying that 2030 it's tomorrow, we are almost all agreeing that public transport is part of the solution. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of the political will. If we need to change completely the way that we consume mobility, how we can, I will not say force, but how we can do in that way that the best practices are adopted by other cities. So, because data, it's a big word, let's go exactly on number. It's great to have bike lanes in city, but most of the pollution is not inside the city. The most of the pollution is on commuting from outside the city to the city and between peripheral area. So it's good to have good city for livable way to express that in the city. But if you want to be impactful, we need to reduce emission where they are. So on this commuting part and between peripheries, the problem is the car is majority because the car is the only solution. Or in some situation we have scarce public transport. So we know where is the problem, we know some part of the solution. The question will be generally how to speed up.
Thank you. Roman?
From the local level, we usually follow the national strategies, for instance, Minister of Transport or regional. And the second possibility, because we are not planner, we are practitioner, we prepare some strategies, for instance, in cooperation with Czech ITS Association. And we offer city our solution, but usually our technical solution is integrated for the mobility plan. It's local level.
Yeah, thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, I think you know, we talk a lot about tech, about data, of course, and I mean, essentially at the end of the day, what we need to make sure in order to meet policy objectives is that we give a frame to ITS, right? We don't look at tech for tech. So I think, you know, it's super important to add this kind of like social, commercial, physical dimension to any type of ITS. I mean, if you look at mass, if we only integrate digitally a few modes in an app and that's it, we're not going to generate any kind of social or environmental impact, right? So you need to really make sure that you frame the entire context of ITS, that you integrate digitally, but that you actually create commercial offers that are also attractive for the end user and that actually encourage uptake. And this is why I think ticketing comes in typically on the social aspect, that you also look at serving underserved transport areas. Typically, for example, in city suburbs where To give a concrete example actually on this, we've deployed our services in a big area of Paris suburbs, around Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, in order to tackle that issue of commuting in the city and super high emissions coming from that. So really embedding ITS into a much bigger framework. And of course, I think to me, the sustainable urban mobility indicators are great for that. One thing I cannot help but notice though is that typically micromobility is not integrated at all in the sustainable urban mobility indicators, let alone in SUMS. So again, it comes down to this dialogue between the public and private sector to make sure that the objectives are aligned.
Yeah, so that could be different, thank you, that could be different views on this questions or answer. I think it's important to divide the IT services in the public sector, in the public interest and the commercial one. And I think those are in public interest, so they are reaching the policy objectives. And in those cases, mainly public sector is investor and implementing those objectives through the concrete projects, for example, Roman said, but also the others. Yes, thank you. And now is a room for a question. Yes, please, gentlemen over there.
Good afternoon, Richard Ballard from Enterprise Holdings. I think both Mihai and Pauline have both mentioned mass solutions. There's obviously a lot of stalls set by mass solutions to drive smart and sustainable mobility forward. My kind of big question is, what is going to drive mass to commercial scale to make a difference? And not just in certain very large cities, capital cities, for example. And if I may, with the benevolence of the moderator, just fold in a second quick question, which is probably for Pauline more than anybody else. Does it matter that shared mobility is not currently a legally defined category of mobility in most EU member states?
Please, if you answer.
I'm going to pick on mass. You can imagine that a company as Transdev already invested in mass. So we have two different parallel strategies. One is to invest in different companies developing mass, to have different opportunities, to have different solutions to deploy later. And the second path is to develop a white label technical solution. When I discuss with my colleagues, it's quite impressive the answer that they give me. Each time, so once you implement in one city, and Transdev has few hundreds of networks, so you can say you can replicate that in few hundreds of cities. The first thing that my colleagues say is replicating is not a technological problem, it's more a negotiation problem today. The first thing that they told me is that city want to have something different from the other city. So the solution that is to be replicated, it's, I would say, it's a problem for the other city. Everybody wants to have some unique mass, something different, and today the fact is we cannot replicate that. And just to go to why mass, I'm pretty sure that mass at itself, as technical solution, is not the panacea universal. It's only a tool to combine everything. The problem that we have today is that we need to have a lead from the authority. Today, Transdev is operating transport means. Maybe tomorrow someone will operate digital means. So we need a future operator of mass. But to have this one, so we need to create mass operator to integrate all the transport means that we speak about. And we need that mass operator to be closely linked to authority. Today, everybody wants to create a mass. Big actor, big tech actor want to take the lead to have that European mass. And what the market wants is to avoid to have, again, a booking.com model. So as long as we don't find together a way to move forward, it's not a technical problem, but it's not moving forward.
can I add to that
Yes,
as well?
yes, Pauline, please.
Thank you. I think Mihai said a lot on the collaboration with administration, etc. Maybe I can add also from the consumer perspective a little bit. One thing that we really try to do is to, well, make MAS attractive for the end user, right? That's what we aim to do at the end of the day. So TIER has about 40 integrations in MAS, which represents about 3% of our rights in total. So it's a low number. Fully agree. Now, what we've seen is typically, as I was mentioning earlier, this idea of like framing MAS, of adding this social component, this commercial component, is absolutely key to making it attractive to the end user. And I think on commercial terms, for example, ticketing is key. We've run a few ticketing pilots in countries where we are legally allowed to do so, i.e. in Finland. We created this offer which was combined kind of tier tickets and public transport tickets. What we saw is that 2/3 of all tier tickets purchased during the pilot were the PT bundles. The repurchase rate of that ticket as well combined was 50%. I think it shows a lot around the appetite that users have for such type of offers.
Thank you. So we have some questions also online from Slido, but I can see that some of them are very specific, dealing with the technology, and I'm afraid that concerning CITS systems approach, the question, how can we make sure that the active mobility is well enough integrated in the whole CITS approach? So we should find an answer, but the last one, deployment of CITS, is often fight of technologies. And what is the position of the panelists? What kind of technology is better, DCRC or CV2X? I think that it's questions which would be appropriate for another panel or for another meeting than to panelists. But if you would like to give answer to these questions, I thought no. So concerning the first one,
I think Mihai wanted to say something.
Yes, sorry.
Maybe on the first one, because it's,
yes.
there is no public transport without active mobility, so it's part of the bundling, I would say. I'll give you an example. Very interesting. When you arrive to Charles de Gaulle in Paris, depending on the spot where you are in the airport, you may have a proposal to take or not the public transport. So this is basically a problem of calibration of algorithms, so a lack of transparency on what's behind, because you don't know exactly. So if you move 200 meters by that side, you can have all the public transport offer appearing on the Google Maps, or not. If you are on the other side, you have the taxi, the first choice. So the way that you integrate the active mobility is absolutely very important, because that gives choice people to use behind that kind of mobility. So absolutely agree. Active mobility should be chosen. It's not a problem of algorithms; it's a problem of transparency of algorithms. So I suppose that it's a topic on the table of the European Commission for the next MDMS regulation.
Yes, I personally think that active mobility is also walking, and pedestrians can be included in this CITS systems, especially those with some vulnerabilities. So I think that if some blind or sightless person who have some handheld device, CITS, could ask for the green light on the zebra crossing, or to be informed about the coming public transport vehicle, about warning of a driver and passenger. Yes, after informing the blind person, I am the tram number 1 and I am going to the main train station, and I will choose the option, yes, I am going to get on the board. So passengers are informed, please make a space for this passenger, and
help him boarding, as well for the driver. So I think that those kind of applications and services could be developed in order to integrate better the active mobility into the CITS ecosystem. And I agree, active mobility is dealing with the public transport, that is the nature. So, we have last more than 10 minutes. I would give all of you the last question, and would like to ask you to have only 2 to 3 minutes answering this. And it deals, the question is dealing with the contributing of ITS services in supporting public authorities in the mobility management tasks. If there are some challenges, how they can be overcome, if it is dealing with the interoperability, access to data, skills, but I would think also education and awareness of the technology, how what can be expected, how could be used, is very important, and in some aspects it's a little bit neglected, which is the pity. So, Edwin, at the beginning, you was only the one person don't have the presentation, and now I would like to ask technical colleagues for the slide in order
slide,
to.
Yes. Because I would like to answer your question with the news that as of today, the European New Mobility Services Partnership will become part of Civitas. I will explain you what NMS is. We were always part of the Smart Cities marketplace, but wise decision is made to make us part of Civitas, because here we belong. It started 5 years ago, and DJ Move asked us for the marketplace to lead the New Mobility Services Partnership. What is it? The purpose of the partnership is to make cities better. And how? By making use of the opportunities of CCAM, autonomous mobility, CITS, and MAS. And not only as governments, but also with all stakeholders. So partnerships with local governments, regional governments, industry, researchers, citizens also, most of all, to create impact. And in that phase, we really also discovered that no one was doing that, exactly that, in a smart city context, trying to just boost this deployment of new mobility services. And also, we were focusing on deployment of what was already on the market, but also looking a bit further. So it was really also a learning by doing process, organizing community on a European scale, bringing all kind of people from industry together. A large industry, we had Volkswagen, Renault, a part of the partnership, but also all kind of SMEs and startups, local governments, universities, and the output and results can also be very different, and was very different. Of course, Horizon project, but we were also lobbying for the for legislation by the European Parliament on intelligent speech assistance. Sometimes we didn't need a budget. A company like TomTom was just sharing data with the city of Ghent and other cities and just develop traffic management of the future. Many more examples of that. So I'm coordinating this together with Nina. We had a break, of course, during COVID, because this is really something you need to do by meeting people and sitting together and get the creative process going on, and then things happen. So actually, this week is a new start of a new mobility service partnership. Soon we will come with new action, and we asked also a few years ago, why are you active in the partnership? Why are you from Daimler, or why are you from the city of Emmen in the Netherlands? What is the added value for you? And most of all, they said, we really have conversations here that we don't have on other places, and we meet people here that we usually don't meet automatically. So then new ideas start, new action starts, new projects, new business sometimes, everything related to creating impact in cities and get things done in cities for citizens also, and together with citizens. One of the mantras is also user-centric design. We know that it doesn't work when it's top-down. You really need to work together with the people.
Mm-hmm.
My 3 minutes is over, I think, but
yes, a little bit more.
You know how to find me if you're curious.
Yes.
We are on the website as of today, on the Civitas website. We are part of the team Shared and Connected Mobility. There will be more on the website. We have to update our white paper. It will be there in a few weeks, and you will hear from us.
Thank you. Yes, dialogue with citizens and users is important. So, but I think, and maybe also in your province, this is also the case. The ITS services. This is not the primary question to authorities, because they are creating the framework, they are creating the legal acts. It depends on the level of the authority. They are creating environments, projects, but for the decision-making process, this is important, the data and what was done in the history. If some measures which was taken was appropriate and must be adapted. So in this kind, I could see that IT services could help public authorities in their work. So absolutely agree. And Mihai, what do you think from the perspective of public transport operator?
So two ideas that I want to share with you. The first one is the shift that is starting to happen, let's say, more on the regulation side. So stopping to speak about urban area and make the switch to the functional urban area. In French we say that bassin de vie, so basically it's urban plus suburban area. So once we have the mobility shaped at this functional urban area, we are sure that we are not forgetting someone in the room. So the other idea is the mobility poverty. It's an idea that is coming more and more in discussion. So we have people not having access to transport, be it private vehicle, be it public transport. So we need to make this transition to lower by 55% the carbon footprint, but we cannot do that on the back of I would say people not having the possibility to pay for that. So sustainability can be done. We need to invest completely in this sense, but we should not forget the social aspect and the mobility poverty. And the last thing that I want to share with you is to ensure trust. We speak about data, technology, and so on. A lot of factors are coming in the same room to discuss. We are not having always the level playing field, be it in data sharing, be it in a lot of discussions. So creating trust is something that should be done, and it's up to all actors to contribute that, and it's up to the authority to make sure that the trust it's ensured.
Yeah, this is the core aspect. Mihai, thank you. Roman, what would you say?
I would like to say that our experience from the project is we test a lot of use cases, but we haven't enough the cars with CITS system at the moment. at the moment is the most used CITS application is preference. It's preference for public transport, for integrated rescue systems. But we would like to use 5G for vulnerable road users, for pedestrians, for cyclists. It's necessary for faster development in our city.
Yeah, thank you. And Pauline?
Sure. I think I've said quite a bit before about how overall modes like TIC can support mobility management tasks. So maybe I'll focus more on the challenges. But I think, well, as we were talking about mass earlier and data, one thing I do want to say is that I do see a lot of potential in mass and in understanding the impact it can have on sustainability. Nevertheless, one of the problems that we have to date is that we're not really able to assess its impact. And the reason for that is that very limited data is being collected and actually shared with transport authorities, with other partners. So I do think that there's a lot of work to be done on this, especially as part of the MDMS multimodal digital mobility services work that the Commission is doing, to really see, well, how we can get that data to truly understand when are trips intermodal, when are we creating linkages between different modes, because I think it's very important. And still related to that, I do think also again that I see a lot of support coming from our industry, thanks to the data, to inform urban planning and mobility management. Nevertheless, I think the lack of interoperability, the unclear data sharing kind of standard framework creates a lot of burden on the industry. And again, I do think that the Commission intends to look into this and that it would be very beneficial for mobility management tasks.
Thank you, Pauline. So from our view as a national authority, so we are looking forward to the Commission proposal and we are keen what text we will receive, what responsibilities, goals, new roles, what kind of definitions we will find, and we think that this approach would be promising, but also we are aware that it deals with a lot of stakeholders, with the necessity to define the roles and the responsibilities in every stage of the service. Yeah, so we will see, but we are looking forward to the European Commission proposal. So thank you, and now is time for the last question from the audience. So is there anyone who would like to ask question to this last topic, or to something else but relevant to the urban mobility, smart urban mobility? So if not, we have 5:30, we are sharp on time. So thank you, first of all, to panelists for their contributions, for the inspiring opinions and statements. Of course, to you, participants in this session here in the hall as well, remotely connected. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you.